Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the country and in the world. And I hope you're all happy to be back working and things like that, or getting ready for your holidays. Depends, if it's vacation time for you. We've got quite a busy week. It's a whole week focused entirely on AI. Most of the videos are nothing to do with me. We've got lots of very competent people, shall we say, in this area to do it. And I'm going to adjust my camera just a little bit now, like that. Sorry about that. Earthquake simulation is now over. And hello, Francis. Good to hear from you in Wilton. And lots and lots going on, and Radu is here as well, and a few others. I'm not going to spend a lot of time saying hi because we've got a lot of things, and some of these we actually have to be on time because we've got some guests that are coming for the Q&A, and we need to be nice to them and all the rest of it, and make sure that their videos join one another. Getting lots and lots of pings on my email, so I'm just going to mute that tab so that goes away. There you go. And I'm very pleased to see people joining from all over the place. It's a topic that everybody's interested in, from Cape Town to Germany, Topeka in Kansas. Love Topeka, been there quite a few times. Very nice food place there. I forget what they sell now, but great place. And Patrick in Sweden. I did a user group thing for Oslo just recently. That was very good. And Miguel in Rio. Oh, lovely place. And Malcolm. Hello, Malcolm. Always here. And Brazil. And how are we doing with viewers? Oh, we're doing well. Reims in France. Salut, Maxi Donkey. I know your real name. I'm not sure if you publicize your real name, but I know who you are. So, as you know, we talk a lot, and of course you're one of our big AI contributors, which I'll be talking about in a moment. We've got JP from Lewisburg, great MVP, responsible for the Taurus TLS project, very popular. Not got any AI in it, but it's great. And Marco G, my friend and partner in crime, when we went to the Delphi Summit, which was very successful. He says, good to see I'm back home safely. Yes, I managed to navigate through Schiphol without any problems. I definitely recommend direct flights and not changing flights because, oh boy, that was a lot easier just to get on one plane and not worry about it. We've got people from Austria. Wow, everybody is joining. Tremeso, Milan, Mexico, London. By the way, for those of you that didn't go to the Delphi Summit, we've got some stuff coming up that we'll show at some point. I need to talk to Marco G about this, but I want to show some of the session clips. You can they're going to be streaming it to the people that bought the tickets as well, but some of the sessions are very good, and it was a great summit. And for those of you that were following along in our 30 for 30 webinars, with a couple of hundred people there, and lots more watching online as well, and things like that. GDK, once again, I know you can't hear me clapping because of my noise cancellation, but Francisca and Marco and Keys and all the others that take part, all of the GDK people really pulled out all the stops, and the people that were the speakers and things like that as well. It's Conrad and Richard and everybody that really did a great job. Alex says thank you from Tbilisi. Oh, hi. Thanks for organising the AI Codecamp. Actually, I always put this kind of disclaimer out here that this is not my effort. 90% of this effort is from a team that you never see and never hear from. Martha is producer. Martha is in the background. She puts a lot of effort into making sure that all these things happen. And but there's a whole team. It's April and Hagop and a few others as well. Barbara, um, Alex, people like that do graphics. And I just turn up and talk nonsense, and then I wrangle these guests. So what we're going to do, because we are short for time, I will make sure that everybody who says hi does get called out during the course of videos throughout the day. We are here today until around about 3 p.m. my time. So currently it's 10 a.m. my time. So you can work that out. That's a few hours from now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions, and some of them are shorter than others, some of them long. Many of the sessions that aren't me are recorded. I'm doing most of my sessions live, and so you will see things happening. And Boyan says hello as well. Boyan's on later. He'll be on the chat. Budapest, oh my God, Kazakhstan. Miguel, will the professional IDE not be available on Linux? Actually, all the IDEs, professional, enterprise, and architect, and the Delphi/C++ builder, they're all Windows IDEs. You can, in theory, use them using Wine, but we don't recommend it because Wine is a kind of working things out. We definitely don't officially support it. If you mean, will it create Linux apps? Unfortunately, at the moment, that is enterprise only. So the Pro and the CE versions can't do Linux. We are revisiting that question because we get a lot of people ask about that. And I personally would like it on Linux, but it's not my decision. It's the people, who make the money and decisions and things like that. And also product team, because of the way that things have to get supported. So hello from Canada, soon to never be the USA's 51st state. I totally agree. Speaking as a Brit, although I'm a British American, I am a US citizen. I don't think the king would be very happy, but you could secede from the being the kingdom. But yes, I don't think it's going to be the 51st state. Right. So without further ado, I'm going to get on and talk through my opening session. We're going to talk about what sessions are coming up today. One of the speakers, it's already, Boyan says he promoted his session for tomorrow. Everyone will tune in tomorrow. Boyan, yeah. Can we do it tomorrow? Boyan, can we speak to producer Martha and I'll try and get that sorted. I don't have a problem. Producer Martha, okay, so Boyan is chatting to me in the background. We've accidentally put his session out on the wrong day. And Martha says she's going to wrangle things, Boyan. And we're going to swap out the session that we swapped out before. So Martha, if we just wrangle it back again, I know some people are going to get confused, but I'd rather Boyan gets a fair crack of the whip than we do it on the wrong day. So there you go, a little bit of background info there for you people. Okay, so what I'm going to do is put up my screen because I've got some cool slides to show you as I do. And to do that, I'm going to share my screen. So if you just hold on one moment, because as you know, because for some reason, Microsoft PowerPoint, which is the tool I prefer to use, just absolutely insists on getting it wrong when it comes to showing the slides. Okay, they're messaging me now and they're going to sort it out. Hi, Boyan, you're messaging me while I'm live, so if you tune in, you'll see. So and Lucian says he's looking for a job. LinkedIn. Okay. Good luck, Luciano or Luciano. I hope you get a job. There are some jobs out there. I know some people that are looking for developers, so it's probably worth having a look. Right, yeah. So Boyne is still messaging me. I have actually, David Millington, just to fill you in, David Millington has left the company. He's now working for somewhere else. And I'm gonna, yeah, David Millington actually left voluntarily and has moved to a different company and doing his own thing. But he will be here. He's doing a session on Friday. So for those of you that follow David Millington, but it was all amicable. There's no horrific argument or anything. It's just sometimes this how these things go. So anyway, enough of that. And I've told Boyne to stop messaging me while I'm busy. And what we're going to do is swap over to my slides, and we'll go through the initial session. And you should see me here. I'll turn my little camera off like that. There you go. Okay, so thank you all of you for joining, and it's a whole week of content. Today is we've got something like 5 sessions, I think. Tomorrow we've got 5 or 6 sessions, and the reason that Boyan is messaging me is because he was going to be on later today, and now he's going to be on tomorrow, and he's publicised it and all the rest of it for tomorrow. So he's just panicking a little bit, but I see there as we speak they're editing the schedule. And for those of you that are new to this, and I'm sure there are some people out there who don't know who I am. The job that I have, or the role that I have, is I'm the Embarcadero developer advocate. My name is Ian Barker, and what does that mean? Well, I basically, my job is to talk people through the product and explain the benefits, the pros and cons of using it, and basically interface with other developers. And I am a developer. I get up every day and I write code. I still do that, and explain the benefits of Embarcadero products. This week we will not be focusing just on Embarcadero products. We will actually be covering other people's products, and mainly because some of these things are specialized AI vertical markets. But if you've got any questions about our products, and you've got any little things you want to let us know, maybe you've got a really good suggestion for something we can put in the product that features AI, then feel free to email me. You can email me, and please do, at ian.barker@embarcadero.com, and I'll usually reply within the hour, and usually same day or the next day, depending. I do actually have to sleep at some point, so I can't always guarantee I'll get back to you very quickly. If you want to read about me, go to about.me/Ian Barker. I've had a very varied life, and I get on with lots of things. Jimmy Arian says, human writing code. Yes. I am a human still. And this week is the AI Codecamp. And what do we mean by that? Well, we're going to learn about the various AI offerings that there are. Today we're going to cover some aspects of AI. I think we've got one session by Dion that's going to talk about all you need to know about starting to use AI. During the week, we've got some people who are very pro AI, shall we say, in that they already use it in their business practices, and they are very keen on AI, and they think it is absolutely the answer to everything. And some other people are going to join who are the exact opposite. They are people that think that AI is not a very good idea at all, or they are cautious about it. And so they will be appearing and letting us know about that position as well. We want to hear all sides, not just our own side, just so that we know we're giving you the full answer. Ahmed says, any prerequisite for this AI course? It's not really a course as much. You will learn stuff, and there will be people showing it, but no, there's no prerequisites. Turn up and listen. And by the way, for those of you that can't listen to all of the sessions that we've got, they are going to be recorded, and you can go to our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/ at Embarcadero Tech. I will put that up later as a link. But you can catch everything that we're talking about on the replays, and we'll make sure they're on our blogs and things like that. So this is what things look like nowadays. The kind of shadow of AI. Shadow is not quite the right word, but AI is looming large. It is the flavor of the month. It is the technology of the moment. And unless you're living under a rock, you've bumped into AI sooner or later. And one of the key features that I think people are really focusing on is how AI can help them with coding. And coding is it's one of those activities where, I don't know, I've always thought it's a mixture between art and science. I've been a software developer for 40 plus years, actually over 40 years. And when I first started, I learned everything about the hardware, not just how to code, but you had to know how the hardware worked to leverage the best things to make the system do more than it should. Nowadays, coding's got to the point where actually you don't need to know anything about hardware. And in fact, it's not uncommon for me to meet software developers who are really useless when it comes to hardware and don't know anything about it. That's fine. That's the way the world is now. We don't have to build our own PCs anymore. And so coding has become more of a kind of abstract thing away from the constraints of the hardware, but still it is very much a creative activity, or it was. And the whole thing about writing software is that you know someone will give you a specification that will tell you what the program is supposed to do, and that's a very relevant point when we come to talk about AI in a moment. But someone will say, I need an app that does this, and they will quite often, if you work in a professional software house or you're a professional consultant, you'll have a spec, which is a specification that tells you everything the app's supposed to do, from a broad brushstroke drawing about, hey, the app should look like this, and we want it to do this, and we want it to collect this information, and we want it to be, our target audience should be that. And that's still very much the thing that happens in most places. If it's your own app, then you probably sat down with some pieces of paper or a whiteboard, or even just sketch something out digitally on your computer, which is how most people do it nowadays. And you've at least got the broad brushstrokes of what you want your app or your application or your website to do. And that will be, I want a website that does this, or I want an app that does this. And it's still the same principle. You're really telling yourself, laying out those ideas. And then typically, if you're in a software house, someone will allocate parts of that design or that idea or that spec and say, you go off and do this part, you go off and do that part, and another person go off and do this part. And quite often there'll be someone who specializes in the user interface, and someone else who works on the back end, and goes from there. Jeff, go to sleep. Yeah. And that is how it's always been for probably 30 or more years. Maybe not in the first few decades of software development, because it was still very much a science. In fact, when I first started coding professionally, we used to wear white coats, lab coats, like we were pharmacists. And the reason was that the computer equipment was extremely expensive, and if you went into the computer room, they were paranoid about you getting it dirty and things like that. And I don't know, I think they just thought it would make us look like scientists. That very quickly went away, luckily. And within about a month of me first starting, they decided that that wasn't necessary. But I was working in COBOL, and we wrote our programs out on coding sheets. I mean, by hand, with a pen, actually a pencil on a piece of paper. You can't get much more old-fashioned and basic and than that. And that was a couple of months. I really thought, oh my gosh, this is not what I thought programming would be. And then they introduced some terminals, some dumb terminals, And people like me, the youngsters, because I was very young at the time, under 20, we excelled because we could type, and we could type fast. I could touch type by the age of 11. I was able to type very efficiently. But the older guys who'd been writing COBOL programs for years and years suddenly became obsolete because they couldn't type and they had to learn to type. And it wasn't really something that was, they knew it was coming, but it was a surprise. And eventually the youngsters like me, we basically overtook them. And we were not as good at the language itself, but we were up and coming. We had dynamic new ideas, and we could type code very, very quickly. And it cut out the middleman or the middle women, because there used to be a typing pool that would type the programs in. So you'd write your COBOL coding sheets out by hand. You would hand them off to someone who would type them into the computer because there was only a couple of terminals, and go from there. Why has my camera suddenly appeared? Disappeared again. And this was something that you did. You type these programs in, with the typist. Us young whippersnappers came along and overtook it. And I think that the next stage on from that was the personal computer, because I was there for the IBM PC being released. Yes, I am that old. And it was obvious with the Mac and the IBM PC that it was a big new thing. The PC was going to go from being in a room where you were not allowed to touch it because it was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars or pounds, down to something that would sit on your desk. It still cost, the PC cost a couple of thousand back in those days, which was a couple of months salary actually, at that stage. And that really innovated things. And Edwin says, "Yep, did many years of COBOL. Micro COBOL used to be a great product." Yeah, I totally agree. And anyway, the next stage on from that, of course, was the internet. And I remember being shown ADSL, which was the thing that overtook the dial-up internet, and I was amazed that it could do 500K down, I think it was, or something like that. It was mind-bendingly fast. Nowadays, I'm talking to you on a 2.5 gigabyte fiber connection, synchronous. That means it goes up, and yes, the presentation is still blank. Up 2.5 gig and down 2.5 gig. So it was a pretty, sea change. And now, of course, the next stage on is AI. And I really think that AI is as important as the fact that we can now have these dumb terminals that we all typed on, the fact that we can now have IBM PCs on our desktop, the fact that we can have dial-up internet as it was, and so the internet became ubiquitous. And then the thing that came about was obviously fiber, always-on connections, and now it's AI. And I think it's as important a moment for that. So that's where I stand in terms of what I think of the importance of it. The other stage is that I'm also skeptical as well, because I think there's a lot of money in that. I'm going to talk about that in a moment. That is willing it to succeed, which is a good thing, but it also means there's a lot of nonsense going on. So let's talk about today's sessions. So today's sessions, the opening session is now, and really it's just me covering what's happening, and plus to pull up a few quotes from a few famous people, and explain my point of view on it. Then at 11 o'clock, which is about half an hour from now, we're going to have Yılmaz, who is going to talk about artificial neural networks in C++ Builder. And Yılmaz has been doing artificial intelligence, AI, for many years, and I mean decades. He was way ahead of the curve long before OpenAI and all those people came and queued up. Now, the next session after that is by Dion Mai, and Dion is going to do a session called "What Do You Need to Know to Start Using AI?" I'm not sure what that's context that session is because I haven't had time to review it, But Dion is a great presenter. In fact, I think he's doing 3 sessions this week, and he's always got a lot to say. And then at 1 p.m., we're actually not going to have the session that we've say there. At the moment, we've got this session that says implementing your own edge with AI with Delphi. We're not going to do that. We're going to do a different session, and tomorrow is going to be the implementing your own edge AI with Delphi instead. So later on, our session is going to be one from Yellowfin, I believe. And then the final session today at 2 p.m., bearing in mind today, right now it's 10:27 p.m., is how to recreate a $1 trillion company's AI tool in your lunch break. And I'm not joking. I am serious. You could recreate a very well-known AI tool in your lunch break, and I'm going to show you how to do it. So stick around for that session. It's not hype. You will have used this AI tool and probably not realized it's AI, and I'm going to show you how to do it. Hello, Steve from Sherman. Very, very good to hear from you. Local almost. So let's talk about a couple of people who've got, as they say, skin in the game. Sundar Pichai, who is the CEO of Alphabet, or better known as Google. Rick says Yellowfin has some good NLQ stuff. Yes, they are. That's the session that's coming up later, Rick, at 1 p.m. And Sundar Pichai, now there's a man who's spent many billions trying to get AI going in Google. And you'll notice your Google search now does mention AI quite profoundly. But he says artificial intelligence will have a more profound impact on humanity than fire, electricity, and the internet. I think he's being a bit dramatic there, because I think fire and electricity probably had a big, profound impact on humanity. But I think, yeah, AI is probably going to outstrip the usefulness of the internet. The internet has really changed the world for good and for bad. Nowadays, we can find out that there are people out there that have got views that we absolutely find repugnant, but we can also find people that have got views that we completely agree with. And that's the benefit of the internet. Made the world smaller, and sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes that's a bad thing. But that's Sundar Pichai from Google. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Fabio. Too much drama. AI will affect every product and every service that we have. Well, that's interesting that Tim Cook says that, because I would say right now, and I do love Apple products. I've got a Mac sitting to my right there, and I've got an Apple Watch on, and I've got an Apple iPhone as well, and I've got an Android. But I would think that Apple really they're lagging behind a little bit, and Fabio says Google's a little bit behind as well, and I think that's true. I think that really Microsoft did a very good job when they poured a whole ton of billions into the OpenAI project, and really, I think they wrong-footed some of these big companies. Good move by Microsoft, not so great move by the others, but they're catching up. And of course, the wonderful Elon Musk, who is always good for a great quote, and love him or hate him. I mean, the guy did create, the world's first kind of useful electric car, sports car, really, and also wants to put people on Mars. And I suspect he may achieve that. He's got a reusable rocket. And ironically, he also is the chairman, CEO of X.AI, which is, Grok, I think, is one of their things that comes out in X. But he's kind of really, mark my words, AI, artificial intelligence, is far more dangerous than nukes. What? Oh, okay. And I think that is an interesting position to take for someone who actually believes that AI is also the thing that will, release the world from their chains. I think that's the way you would put it. Very interesting. But 3 fairly sort of pro or at least positive statements there from the leaders really in technology, and they lead us all. And I did ask Google, because why not? And this is their AI overview, ironically, how much money is being invested in AI? And Radu is asking if we have Bruno Friends these days with a session about the new TMS FNC. Yes, we do, Radu. He's up later this week. Yeah, so I asked it how much money is being invested, and it was actually horrifying that it said the global AI market has reached $638 billion US dollars in 2024. That is that's pretty much an earthquake, I think, in terms of how much money is being in there. I don't know of any other industry that has grown so fast and so far in such a short period of time. You know, 638 billion. I actually think that number is probably well out of date, and I think that you know, 2025 figure there, that's a conservative estimate, 757 billion. I think it's going to be bigger than that, honestly. I think AI is really, it's a massive balloon, and there are going to be a lot of people that are going to put a lot of money into some things, and only the fittest will survive. And I think a lot of people are going to lose a lot of money, and a lot of people are going to make money. It is the new frontier. It is important. At Embarcadero, we definitely believe it's important. We think that it's something you can't ignore, but also we want to be realistic about it. We do not have the $6.5 billion investment that Microsoft had in OpenAI. That's how much money Microsoft committed to AI 2 years ago. 6.5 billion. They've probably invested as much again in that. And same with Google, billions of dollars put into it. Same with Meta or Facebook, billions of dollars put into it. So when they tell you that AI is the next big thing, you have to remember that they've got billions of dollars riding on that gamble that AI will be the next big thing. When we talk about AI being the next big thing, we don't have billions of dollars invested in it. We are investing in development in the AI space. It's no secret that we've already put some AI into the product, and we will continue with that. But we will always be on your side, because that's our unique position. We don't have to justify to a board of investors a big $6.5 billion investment where they're going, okay, we put all this money into AI, where's the return on it? That's the problem that Google and Microsoft have, that they need to justify that investment. And so I'm not saying they're going to lie to you, and I'm not saying that they're going to give you something no good. But at the same time, you have to remember that for them, they have to make it succeed. And not only that, they have to make you use it and consume it. And even more importantly, they've got to make money out of it. They've got to make at least $6.5 billion minimum just to break even on their investment. Just to break even, they've got to make 6.5 billion. That's the earth-shattering amount of money to spend. Now, okay, they've got billions of dollars in the bank, and they can afford to do that. But even so, $6.5 billion, that's still a big investment. We're not doing that. So when we talk about AI, we don't have that kind of balloon behind us pushing us in the direction. We're choosing to do things that we think our users want to do. There are some things that look like AI, but actually aren't. And one of them is Shazam. Now, if you don't know what Shazam is, and I'm surprised, Shazam is the app where, let's say you're in a pub or a bar or in an elevator, and you hear this music come on, even in a grocery store, and you're like, oh, who wrote this song? And you can click on a button and you can ask Shazam, and actually it's built into Android phones for Samsung and a few other things as well. And I think Apple uses Shazam as well in the background. And you can ask it, and it listens to a couple of seconds of the song, I mean, maybe 10, 15 seconds, and it will come back and it'll tell you not only what the song is, but it will show you who wrote the song, who played it, what year it was, what version of the song it is, because it could be that it's a cover version or it's something else, and it will tell you that. And Shazam has always looked like it's artificial intelligence, but actually it's not. It actually uses a very clever set of filters, and I think that detects the maximum amplitude of the sound spectrum. So it creates one of those cool, graphical spectrums, and then it takes the peaks and the troughs in that spectrum and creates a fingerprint out of it, and then does a very clever search on a massive database of that fingerprint. It is not AI. And Jeff says Apple owns it now. Yep, I didn't know that, but that wouldn't surprise me. Now, I got this information from Shazam themselves and partly from AI searches as well. But Shazam, yeah, not AI. Looks like it, but it never has been. And maybe one day it will be, and they'll do something else like invent a song that sounds like, and it'll do something like that. If you've ever watched Axis of Awesome, they do a 4 chord song, and they show that nearly all popular pop music is made up of 4 chords, and it's quite funny. So there you go. Other things that look like AI but are not, online dating, and Match.com, which is probably one of the most well-known ones. And yes, you can laugh at my online dating robots, which I thought was funny. But Match.com, they actually say that only 20% of their users receive AI generated prompts for meeting their match. Only 20% of them choose to revise their messages. So it is possible, and I hasten to add, I'm not on Match.com, but I tried to find some places that look like AI aren't. But it would appear that the prompts where hey, I'm young, free, and single, and I like poetry, and I enjoy fire juggling or something. They're offering AI to help prompt your profile, but actually 80% of people, the prompts that you see on there, the profiles that are created by humans, so they're not AI prompts at the moment. Now, I think that's going to gradually move forwards, and once people become more comfortable with AI, then we're probably going to see a lot more of, hey, I created this profile for you, and it's going to sound so awesome. You're going to go, yeah, I'll do that. But no, Match.com at the moment, I say 20% of people just don't take them up on the offer of AI. So, these kind of things. There's lots of other systems that are also not AI, but those are the two sort of big ones. And actually, some AI should be called AU, as in artificially unintelligent. When I was creating this set of slides, I thought, you know what, it would be daft if I'm going to be doing an AI presentation not to use AI to create the slides. Now, internally in Embarcadero and Idera, we do use AI for some things. Some of the graphics that you see me create are created by AI. Lots of logos and things like that I use are created by AI. We do have a graphic designer. In fact, we have multiple graphic designers, but the one that I deal mostly with is actually a real human, and only he can tell you if he generates things with AI. I'm going to guess he does. And Idera as a company are quite keen for you to leverage AI. The articles that you see in our blogs, they are sometimes scored for what they call search engine optimization using AI. But most of them are still written by humans, although we've got a couple that have been augmented by AI, shall we say. But as a professional writer myself and a professional poet, I would prefer to do things the human way. Right now, AI doesn't quite get up to the mark. And an example really here are these slides that I got back when I used Microsoft's PowerPoint built-in AI and said, create me a PowerPoint about AI. And I gave it a long, detailed prompt, and the slides were dire. And I mean, really, really poor. And it really didn't give you any insights into AI. All it really did was regurgitate some trite phrases about, well, AI can be used in automated testing and AI can be used in automated debugging. Great, but he never told you how to do that. What's the point? If all it's going to do is just give you the headline, but not give you the actual details, then it's absolutely pointless. And that's really what came back. The other thing, as you can see from those thumbnails, that I didn't make them that big, but you can see that it the backgrounds it did, it was not as good as a human. Those are not readable by humans. If you were to score, excuse me, the bottom two images, so the one that's got the word background and current trends in it, and the other one that says definition overview of I would say that they are not human readable, and the contrast is no good. The font is not very readable, and from a distance, that font is just useless. The small details font. So artificially unintelligent, I think I would call that, and not at all helpful. It didn't even give me a standing start on the slides that I produced. So yeah, not so great. Not a good start really. But that is a narrow use case. There are plenty of use cases out there where AI does do a good job. And an example is from my predecessor in this role, David I. He was the predecessor's predecessor. But David I is the guy that originally did my job as a developer advocate. In fact, he basically invented the idea of developer relations and developer advocacy. Fabiana says natural dumb. Yes, I think so. Yeah, but David I, he's reached an age where he's semi-retired, as he says, and yeah, this is what David I did. This is the original image, and I told David, "Oh, by the way, I'm going to the Delphi Summit, and I'm going to go on the stage dressed up as you." So I got a fake beard and I got a fake uh, hair because I'm bald and David isn't, and I got a T-shirt similar to his, and I went on as David AI. But when I told him that, I said, "I just want to check, it's okay before I do that because I don't want to, accidentally insult you." He came back and said, "Yeah, absolutely fine with that," and then he sent me this. Awesome. He used AI to do that. The AI that he used was let's see if I can get it come up. He used Copilot to create this, and then he also yes, 49.95. Yeah, that was in 1996. Um, yeah, he took the original image and just said to the OpenAI, can you can you whoops, can you recreate this in the style of Up, the Pixar movie, which it did. He also created a movie which I'll show you in a moment because I can't show you it whilst I'm sharing my screen. But he went on to actually use a thing called Hedera AI to animate this image. So not only did he take that original slide, which looks like this, and then told it to create him an image like this, but he then went on to animate it as well, which I'll show you. But quite an amazing thing, really, because I would say that's better than a graphic designer can do in many hours, and I'm guessing it only took him a couple of minutes to do that with Copilot. And of course, the thing that's going on is the big topic is that everybody's talking about AI and everybody's become an expert. And I make it quite clear I don't consider myself an expert, but the whole world is talking about AI. And even the BBC Channel Island leaders discuss AI at the summit. AI powered customer success. Gainsight, I'm not even sure they are, but it was just one of the examples that came up. And then Google searches, yeah, lots of stuff came up. And what's interesting about that is some of the things that I picked up from the AI Google search was this, for example, that thousands, according to the Guardian, which is usually a fairly good newspaper in the UK, thousands of UK university students were caught cheating using AI. Well, I would say the problem with that is how were they using the AI? Because if they were using AI to augment their skills, then all they've really done is do what they're going to do when they go out and get a job. because it's like anything. If you have an open book exam where you are allowed to have your coursework book in front of you, and you can use that as a aid to your memory, are you cheating because you're looking at the book? No, I don't think so. Because it requires you still to give good answers. And the same with the AI. I think if you're using it to create some icons or graphics or help improve your grammar in something, but what you produce is good quality work, and as long as it's original, and you've done it properly. Are you cheating, or are you just doing what you're going to do probably when you leave university and start your job? I don't know. I personally, I think I would not be surprised to be marked down and be told I was cheating. But I think the reality is a little bit more nuanced than that. I think this is also going to be a problem going forwards. That lots and lots of people are going to use AI to help them do things. There are glasses out there, sunglasses and normal glasses from Meta and Ray-Ban and a few others that can talk to you silently. Nobody else can hear it, and also broadcast messages and prompts on your glasses that only you can see. Now, that means that if you're having a conversation with someone, you could be getting the AI to help you with background information about them, or if you're negotiating something, the AI could be telling you what to do with the negotiation to get the best results. It's a problem, but it's not a problem. That's the way the world's going to be. The other thing that I thought was interesting was Mark Andreessen, or Mark Andreessen, Andreessen. I can't say that word, but anyway, a very well-known venture capitalist in Silicon Valley, and he's saying that the AI race is between the US and China, and it resembles the Cold War. Well, I think that's probably true, and I think I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, whether they will come up with some worldwide rules about AI or not, I don't know. It was easy with nuclear proliferation because it was a clear and present danger. You could see the other side were testing bombs, and you were like, wow, that bomb is massive, and it would wipe out the whole of Chicago. And China would go, oh, my word, that's a massive bomb that the Americans have just launched, and that would get rid of Nanjing or somewhere like that. And you know, I think it was an obvious threat. AI is more subtle, and I think that's going to be a problem. So Cold War, yes, but how are we going to police that? Who knows? And then, of course, you get these clickbait things. Now, Yahoo Finance, I don't want to diss them too much, but on Windows 11, you can get these prompts that come up that like automated news. You get them on Samsung Galaxy phones. I turn them all off. And the reason is you get this kind of stuff. And Yahoo back in the day was an amazing company in terms of what it offered, but they seem to have, I don't know, it seemed to be heading towards clickbait, and I'm sure that's probably not true of the company, but yeah. And Maxi Donkey says not only in the UK are there problems with people using AI, but here too, and he's based in France. The students sometimes try to use LLMs in strange ways with very unlikely results. Yes, this is the problem, and we're going to talk about that later as well, which is that the problem with AI is it can be a very plausible idiot. If you get someone to you'll hire a intern, a newly qualified student, a computer science student, or software development student, and you give them a job to do and say, right, I want you to create a login page for me, or something like that. When you look at their code is quite often naive. And what I mean is that they haven't had experience to write it better, but what they write is very good. But you can see lots of telltale signs that that they're not particularly experienced, which is fine. And if they get it wrong, it's usually you can spot the wrong thing right away. Like, oh, you did that? No, that won't work. The problem with AI is that it is like an intern at the moment. You tend to get it to help you do things, in the sense that you get it to help you write some code, or help you design a screen, or help you convert something from one thing to another, or even write an article. But the problem is it's very, very plausible, but it does have things called hallucinations. Hallucination is where it basically makes stuff up that isn't true. Now, that's bad enough when it's making something up about, billionaires selling Nvidia stock. And I'm not saying that this story is made up, but let's say it is, and the AI has just surmised the fact and thinks that's what it is. But it's not true. If it does that in code, the trouble is the code often has been created using a very good code that it's learnt on, it's been trained on. And what happens is that the code that it creates is very plausible. It doesn't show those elements of naivety or beginners bad luck, or bad structure where they're still learning to develop a style and the rest of it. It is actually very plausible. And then that's when things start to go wrong. And one of the things we're going to talk about this week is getting automation to check the quality of the code and actually check the security of it. Because if as someone told me, someone said, "Oh, our guys are generating 80% of their code is AI generated, and they're now writing thousands of lines a month, tens of thousands of lines a month, and it's with AI." Well, that's great, except if you're now 10 times more productive in terms of how much code you're producing, you also need to be 10 times or more productive in detecting bad quality in that code that's generated and bad quality in terms of security. And we've actually got some people on this week who are going to talk about that. And we've got some sessions that have been recorded about automating testing with AI and detecting those kind of horrible things that, they look good, but it's only once you go through it. Because, like I say, if you're producing 10 times the code with automation, you've either got to work 10 times harder to check it all, or you've got to have something that's capable of doing 10 times the output in terms of automated testing and stuff like that. So that's the downside of this kind of thing. And like I say, you're going to see more and more of these kind of generated headlines and clickbait, because the AI is going to learn what triggers you, learn what makes you click on the headlines. And it's a horrible world we're going to live in, because it's going to be full of nonsense like that headline. I mean, no disrespect to Yahoo Finance, but I think that headline is nonsense. I'm sure they put plenty of sound journalistic integrity into it, so I apologize. To me, it looks like it's nonsense, but perhaps in their article they go into more detail. And finally, let's also talk about what tools are out there. Every day there seems to be a new AI tool. The big ones are obviously things like the Copilot, which everybody's used. You've got Claude, which is very, very good with Delphi code. So I'm told a lot of people swear by Claude and say it's fantastic, especially the more expensive paid options come up with some very good plausible code. I spoke to someone last week who said that it's just changed the game for them. Claude. Gemini, I personally like Gemini. I'm using Gemini at the moment. You'll see that all of them are saying good morning, Ian. Copilot just wasn't signed into that, and the other one, which is the Olama, I'm not signed into that as well. But again, lots of people are saying that they've had a lot of success with Olama. But these are probably the four big players. But there are IDEs out there that use nothing but AI, and Cursor.ai is one of them. But there's plenty of others that I'm calling it something else now, like Light Sail or something. I forget what it is, but lots and lots of people jumping on the bandwagon saying, "Hey, we can do AI." Now, as I said earlier, just remember how much money some of these people have got at stake if they don't succeed. So in some ways, it's a good thing, because they put so much money into it that they have to succeed. They have to succeed because they put billions into it. But also, at the same time, they need you to use that product, so they're making use of your product. We put AI into Rad Studio as well, but I can't emphasize enough about, we don't have 6.5 billion to invest in the first place, But even if we could persuade someone to give us that money, we would probably not, you know, um, oh, sorry, a comment distracted me there. Someone's saying Rick, but we probably wouldn't go down that route anyway because of the way we do things. We are trying to be on your side. So the AI features we've put in so far, and we're still adding more, and we're still working on it. They're all turned off by default. Now, that's not true of most of the other systems out there. They're all turned on by default, but we turn ours off, and we also give you the opportunity to choose which AI model you want. So Olama, Gemini, Claude, and ChatGPT, other ones. But we've tried to include the AI in ways that work, or we think that work, in a way that you'll understand. We're still doing more. There's much more we can do, certainly in terms of allowing your apps to include AI in them and manipulate the apps using MCP and a few other technologies you're going to learn about this week. But it's a lot going on. And finally, because we're nearly at the end, if you're going to get it, which is the package manager, so go into tools in the IDE and then get it package manager, there are many, many, many offerings of AI stuff you can put in your programs or insert into the IDE. Maxi Donkey, who keeps commenting on the chat at the moment, he's done several, and he's a very ironically, he described himself as not a Delphi guy, which I don't know why he says that, because he's probably created more add-ons than anybody else, but he is very much a champion of it. But just about every type of AI you could want is there. And I took this screenshot yesterday, I think, or actually maybe earlier on today. It's all blended into one, but there's a lot going on. DeepSeek, Mistral, Anthropic, there's tons and tons of things. OpenAI and Grok, Hugging Face, Stability AI, Maker AI. There's just so many. It's untrue. But some of these are going to be shown this week. FB4D, which is by Christoph Schneider. He's going to do a whole session on that, and that's mostly free. I'm also going to show you an AI thing later on today that will blow your mind, I hope. And you go, oh, I didn't know you could do that. But yes, you can do that with Delphi. And by the way, you can do it for free. But anyway, that's my roundup of what's going on. I'm going to stop sharing and go back to me. Turn me on like that and back here. So that's where we're at in terms of I need to close that so that everything's back to normal. That's where we are in terms of try to change the audio on your speaker. Yes, someone's saying there that are not having sound, but everybody else is saying the sound is good. One thing I wanted to show you before we go further, do you remember this picture, the David AI one? It was based on this, and then he got Copilot to create this. Well, he went a little bit further, because what he actually did was then went on to produce a video using Hedera AI. So this is David AI using AI.
Delphi is awesome because of its combination of modern object Pascal.
Wait a minute. Let's do it this way instead. Okay, you won't be able to hear me whilst this is on, because that clipped the video.
Delphi is awesome because of its combination of modern object Pascal, visual components, database access, multi-platform targeting, high-speed native code compiler, and an active global community.
Now, isn't that amazing? And that is all completely automated. So that came from Copilot, and that came originally from this image. So he basically created the whole thing, including the video from that image, all using AI. The guy's a legend. So we are going to start on our next session. But I just wanted to go through a brief overview of where we are. The rest of the week, there's going to be lots and lots of sessions. They're a bit fluid, so you may find they don't all start when we wanted them to, and there'll be gaps at the end. And we've got some live guests as well who are going to appear, and they're going to take part in a Q&A as well. The first session we've got is from Yılmaz, Yuru, and he's an expert in AI. He's been doing it for decades, and I think his video is about 34 minutes long. I'm not sure if he's joining me for the Q&A, but I'll be back after that. But feel free to ask his questions in the chat, and I'll try and address some of them as we go along as well. But this is a session called Engineering Applications Using Artificial Neural Networks in C++ Builder. See you soon.
Hello, welcome to the AI Codecamp 2025. This is Yılmaz. I'm a mechanical engineer and C++ developer. I have a company and I do project management. Also, I am Embarcadero MVP about 8 years, I think. Today, I will present you engineering applications using artificial neural network in C++ Builder, but most of part is about how we analyze this, so maybe you can use this in other programming languages such as in your Delphi and Python, etc. In this presentation, I will talk about AI and feature and a very simple AI application, and then I will give you some more detailed AI applications in mechanical engineering that is using thermodynamic equations and then comparing with the AI results. And there are other AI applications in C++ Builder that we coded before. Also at the end, we will give some detailed informations about one of the biggest project, Embarcadero project. I'm a mechanical engineer, founder and CEO of Essential Company. We are working on energy thermodynamics, 3D designs, programming, and AI applications, and also developing some small games. I am a developer since 1988. I know more than 30 different programming languages, mostly using C++, and mostly I am using C++ Builder because of its benefits. And I have many C++ posts, maybe you checked before, and developing other 3D engineering applications and gaming applications. One of the biggest AI project is our Embarcadero project. I will talk a little bit about at the end of this presentation. Here are some of our applications that we built in C++ Builder, mostly about engineering applications in two-dimensional analysis or in 3D analysis, and we have some game applications also. Now let's start with AI today and future. AI refers to the simulation of human intelligence in machines that are programmed to think like humans and mimic their actions. The term may also apply to any machine that exhibits traits associated with the human mind, such as learning and problem solving. To the think term, you can add sense, reason, act, and adapt today. And like humans means it could be better than humans or lower than humans, but not same as humans. Human mimics and their actions. There is an artificial general intelligence term, and it is also called as strong AI. It's a subset of kernel of AI, and it is adaptive to able to develop skills. There is also artificial biological intelligence, ABI term, that attempts to emulate natural intelligence. And in general, we don't have AI yet. We have very different large scale of AI technologies now, but we have very successful results today. And there is no AGI, but the nearest AGI example could be GPT or Gemini or DeepSeek, etc. Today, AI has two different fields. Machine learning first uses algorithms to learn from data, find patterns in data, and make predictions about future events or outcomes. And we evolved this to deep learning with much more layers and much more different filtering operations. It's a neural network with the layers and filters, attempts to simulate the behavior of human brain, allowing it to learn from large amount of data. So in the deep learning, we have large amount of data and a lot of layers and a lot of filter operations, different operations. So deep learning is a subset of machine learning. Machine learning is a subset of AI, and AI is a subset of computer science. Now let's look at the machine learning technologies. Artificial neural network learns from the set of input parameters and provides output when a new input set is provided, made up of artificial neurons. We call them units or nodes. Neurons are connected in neuron layers. In general, it has an input layer and output layer as well as hidden layers. And this is the very basic version of the deep learning systems, I think. And unsupervised learning is a machine learning model that deals with to find patterns and relation within the data without any prior knowledge of the meaning of data. It has interpretation, algorithm, and processing sections. And there is supervised learning. It's also a machine learning task of learning a function that maps an input and output based on the example input-output pairs. It has training, learning, and testing sections. And also there's reinforcement learning, machine learning model that can learn to make decisions through the trial and error to maximize cumulative rewards. There are environments, there's an environment and agent state, action, and rewards. Now let's look at some deep learning models. Natural language processing is a machine learning model, also deep learning model that gives the ability to machine understand and process human languages. Convolutional neural network is a deep learning model that is designed for processing grid-like data such as images, and they use convolutional layers to automatically detect patterns like edges, textures, and shapes in the data. Recurrent neural network is a deep learning model used for modeling sequence data such as time series or natural language. And generative adversarial network, there are two networks compete with each other in the form of a zero-sum game where one agent's gain is another agent's loss. They train each other so they improve themselves. Deep reinforcement learning is a deep learning model that combines the representation learning power of deep learning with the decision-making ability of reinforcement learning. And there is also generative pre-training model, which is very popular today, language model by Alec Radford and used in ChatGPT and other today's new AI models. Shows how a generative model of language acquires word knowledge from the pre-training on a diverse corpus with the long stretches and contiguous text. This is AI schematic. If we think AI is a very big field, there are AI concepts, research, and text at the outside. And if we go deeper, there is a machine learning technologies like artificial neural network, perceptron, Hopfield networks, and other algorithms. NLP and text-to-speech technologies are maybe we can count in this machine learning or inside the deep learning. And in deep learning, there is GPT, CNN, RNN, LSTM, spiking neural networks, and at the core, there is AGI. In machine learning, performance improvement by data, less than 3 layers here. And in deep learning, multi-layered neural network learns from the multi-layer network with large-scale data. And in AGI section, there might be more than those: sense, reason, act, and adapt. There are different neural network models today. This is from the Asimov Institute. You see very different neural models here, and we also know GPT is very successful. This is the example of GPT architecture, how it works. So basically all these models are similar to the artificial neural network. So if you know well how artificial neural network is working, then you can understand these models, what they are doing, how they are working together. If you look at the latest papers, and there's a artificial intelligence analyze, and intelligence index incorporates 7 different evolutions, and so there is a comparison here. So ChatGPT 04 looks 70% similar to the human intelligence, as in this paper. Today, AI technology is growing very fast, and sometimes we cannot reach new technologies. We don't understand what's going on. And for the future, there is a singularity term comes again with the AI. It's a unique event with profound consequences. Actually, there are 3 different definitions for the singularity. In technological singularity, some people think it's a hypothetical point in a time at which technological growth becomes uncontrollable and irreversible, and resulting in very bad situations for human civilization. And gravitational singularity is a theoretical condition in which gravity is predicted to be so intense that space-time itself would break down catastrophically. So they think universe will end in a point in a black hole or something, or it will break down everything will cool down, and at the end universe will die. And in mathematical singularity there is a function, so it is undefined. This is a very good example to singularity. And from the left side and the right side there are positive and negative improvements in y direction. If you think x is a timeline and the origin is the singularity point, then y is the results of this. So I believe AI will have good and bad technologies in the future. So it will improve rapidly more and more, as in this graphics, and then we will try to be at the positive side always. Now let's look at how AI works. I think it is good to understand artificial neural network to understand how AI works. In artificial neural network theory, there are inputs x and weights w that comes to your artificial neuron concept, and this neuron collects all this, some of them, and we give this sum to the activation function. It's a phi function generally used, and then at the end we have an output y. So this is the result of this neuron activation. So there are many neurons, many inputs. There can be many inputs: input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. So this is a basic artificial neural network model. In general, sigmoid function is used to simulate these artificial neurons, but there are many other different activation functions. There will be another presentation later. If you follow me, you can watch this later. And we are also using mean square error, root mean square error to train and check this training and test results. And also there is normalized mean square error, which is much more precise to understand your results. Now let me give a simple artificial neural network example. There are 2 input neurons we have in this example and 1 output neuron. And what we do is we have input values here, and we multiply these values with the weights of each links. So links has a weight, and at the end we have an some of these results, and then we give this to our activation function, which is maybe linear function or sigmoid function, and then at the end we have a result. It's an output. So it's a very simple example here, but all behind this AI technology is going like this. There are many neurons and many activation functions and weights between the links, and then they are trying to train and learn their values correctly in training, and when you ask something they give you output as a result. For example, you have a temperature value outside and inside at home, and then you want to decide if you should turn the heater on or off according to these two different temperature values. So this is a very simple ANN example for this. When you meet someone and he or she asks what is AI, and if he's not an engineer, it is really hard to explain how it works, what is AI. I found a good definition here. AI is a kind of multiplication table, so they can understand very well there is no soul or something, just a multiplication table working in a computer. So we can say AI is a set of computational techniques that allow you to solve those kind of various problems. So why AI is so successful today? Actually, we had some other methods to analyze those kind of problems before, but we were not enough to define very well some of the results and outputs. And we have a lot of regression methods in mathematics, maybe more than 20. And in those concepts, we have an input and we have some inputs, and we have assumption. If it's a linear regression, it's a linear line, maybe polynomial regression, maybe we use more complex other regression methods. But all of this has only one output, and they are not giving result very well. And when you use artificial neural network, you can have many different options as a result. You can give a lot of inputs, you can have a lot of outputs, and you can have very specific point results in these concepts. And this is why we use artificial neural network today in most of problems, because they are more accurate in most of complex problems. Generally, people are asking which programming language is good for AI. Actually, all today's programming languages are enough to do some small AI applications. But if you want to do in more professional way, I recommend you use C++. And also Delphi is very good, very similar in computation in C++. And also Python is very popular in AI sector today. It has very good libraries built in C++ mostly, so you can use Python. But in code lines, Python is slower than the C++, maybe 10 or 12 times, sometimes 100 times slower in operations. So if you go in deep and professional, I recommend you use C++. Of course, Fortran and assembler is very fast. Assembler is little maybe hard to use in this section. Now let's look at ANN applications. First, maybe 15 years ago, we had a research with my supervisor. It's my PhD project thesis actually. Application of artificial neural network method to exegetic analysis of a cogeneration system. In this project, we had a cogeneration plant of İzmir Ege Ceramic Factory in Turkey, and there are gas turbines, spray dryers, heat exchangers, and this cogeneration is a simultaneous production of at least two energy forms. It was getting input as a fuel, and output was a heat and electricity. So there are many components in this factory. This is the schematic of the investigated CHP system in this factory. So there were 3 gas turbines, 2 exchangers, and 6 spray dryers. And we want to measure and know each energy parameters on each point's energy efficiency of the components. As a result, we want to find. And in this concept, we used equations, mass conservation, energy conservation, and exergy balance equations. And we define our steps, how we gonna analyze this system in thermodynamic way. And we had some assumptions in this project. And after doing those calculations in thermodynamic way, now we have input values as a parameter and we have output values. So now we can train an artificial neural network. So we give inputs and we train this artificial neural network to match these outputs. And as a result, we develop a CodeCamp application in C++ Builder, and we had hourly data here for each gas turbine and other systems. And at the end of this project, we had comparisons of exergy distraction values that calculated from the by the fast artificial neural network and by the calculated by the thermodynamic calculations. And we had also exergy input and output values and in comparison, and we had also efficiency of the system. So AI can predict the efficiency of the system by given inputs. As you see, we had 14 inputs, 1 output, and 3 layers here, and we used 14 hidden neurons, and we had an error parameter here. As a result, we had some papers about this research, and we published this. Now let's look at second example. In this project, we had 3 gas turbines to compare each other, and we were trying to find which component is much more efficient or less efficient, so we can focus on this to improve its efficiency. So we had 3 different gas turbines to train artificial neural network, and we had output to compare. So we can compare one of them at another data set or both of them. And we had components here, so it was very important to which component needs to be focused first. So this is why we do analyze here, and we also want to see if ANN is successful as same as thermodynamic equations. So we used energy and exergy analysis. These are very simplified versions of the equations actually, and as a result we had comparison of product and full exergy results. We trained gas turbine 2 and we test on the gas turbine 3. So you see how it is very successful to find this exergy product and fuel results in comparison with thermodynamic and artificial neural network calculations. And we also did some more detailed analysis on this project. We compared exergy input and output values of each gas turbines, and we also define the distraction which is important for this analysis. So artificial neural network was very successful to obtain and get these results. Actually, this is a very interesting part, I think. We have more than 100 parameters, different parameters in those each gas turbines, and we have maybe 20 or 30 more different assumptions. We were using many different tables to calculate those kind of thermodynamic equations, and then as a result we had 2 or 3 or 1 outputs. And on the artificial neural network side, we were only giving 14 inputs and we were comparing with the outputs. That was very interesting. That shows why AI is very useful. So maybe most of the parameters are not needed to calculate those kind of things. So AI can understand and estimate the value of the output. So it's maybe this is a mechanical engineering problem actually, but you can use in any other problems easily to solve your problems. In another example, we had a renewable energy house in Davut Paşa campus in Istanbul. The investigated ground source heat pump system is placed here, and we had a place to heat in the system. So we were able to calculate system efficiency. This is the investigated heat pump system, so we can measure each parameters inside this heat pump system. And this is the all system schematic here, including the heat pump here. So we want to know each point of parameters in thermodynamic way, energy and exergy parameters, and enthalpy, entropy parameters, and maybe if there is some missing parameters such as pressure, velocity, or other parameters, we were able to calculate here. And as a result, we develop an application, artificial neural network integrated analyzer for the heat pump systems. And we had data in seconds, as you see here. So we have about a year data, which means we had a lot of data input and we had a lot of data output in calculations, millions calculations. So we were able to calculate the efficiency of each component every second, and we can also able to calculate efficiency of this system, which means COP. So COP values gives us idea when it is much efficient, when it is not. So we had an application and we developed another application to convert this data to a MySQL data, and then at the end we developed this application that uses this MySQL data and do calculations in thermodynamic way and within the artificial neural network. So as a result, we made comparison between the thermodynamic outputs and the artificial neural network outputs, and so we were able to see what is happening here. As you see, heat pump system is not always on, sometimes starting on and off. It's similar to refrigerator actually. It is used to heat or cool systems in house, maybe you know. And we published these results in some of the conferences. Now another application is Anabilge 2, digital assistant for the open education students of Anadolu University. In this project we had books to enter data, and to do this we developed an EPDS application to enter this data from the book for the AI. It was it's built in C++ builder, and it was able to connect to MySQL data with the MyDeck component. And we develop other two applications for Android and Windows again. And this time students were able to ask questions to this Anabilge, such as today's ChatGPT and other applications. And we were using Google Text-to-Speech and Google Speech Recognition APIs on the Android side. And we were able to get the data when it's asked by the students. Also, we were able to analyze student behavior behind the MySQL data here. And one of my biggest application is a Braina project. Actually, we started in 1992 with Amos Basic in Amiga computers, and then we keep developing it in C++, and sometimes we use Amiga E or other languages to test some part of codes. And at the end, we had different applications to achieve this. Still, we are developing this part, and we developed client applications, and we developed a server application. So you are able to connect personal brain data or global brain data with the client application via server application. A client application had a text input voice in Android. It was used for personal data. It's a personal assistant, and it was able to use some ANN applications. It had unlimited data, multi-language, big data support, and we were using Unicode string. Unicode strings are very useful in global way, and it is using low memory and CPU, and developed in C++ builder in FMX application. This is Abriana server application screenshot. It is able to visualize neural activation in 3D when the user requests something, or when it is reading a book or reading any data. And if we look at its specifications, it has a very specific AGI-based neuron architecture and store text input in its neural network brain. And we have also AGI provides new data and assumptions from existing data, and we are storing data in a semantic way, stores Unicode text input as a semantic data online. We have AutoML feature, but not online yet, but we added this also. We have AI algorithms, some AI algorithms using inside that, and it is NLP ready. We are using REST connection. That means it can be reached by any REST application or web page. It has a fast data input and personal data model and big data business models. And also we are using a drive as a data, so it can store in your storage multilingual version. It's using Unicode strings. It has very secure neural network, we can say. It's using low memory, low CPU, developed in C++ builder as a FireMonkey application, and I think it's compatible with other assistants when it is done, and it has more AI technologies that can be added into it. We also developed a small version of it, like a small DLL or component something. It's a little version of Abriana library. It is easy to integrate with other applications, so you initialize this Abriana component first in your code line, and then you can trace, add your question or the information. That's very easy to use it. And it has REST connection, low memory and CPU usage here again, and it's developed C++ builder. And also we have many different projects actually in games, in other techniques also we are planning to use in some of bedrooms, etc. So I hope you see the final results of this project. Thank you very much. This is the final screenshot of our Abriana project when it is reading something. I hope this presentation give you some ideas about how to develop your applications, and I hope I motivate you to develop AI applications in C++, in C++ Builder, or in any other Delphi, or in any other languages. I hope you like this presentation. Thank you.
Well, that's a heck of an opening session, isn't it? I made some notes about some of the things he said. I know Yilmaz very, very well. Just to let you know, if you go to learnc++.org, which is one of our websites, and there's a whole guide to learning how to develop C using C++. Yilmaz wrote 99% of the articles on there, I would say, and I edited all of the articles that he wrote as well. That was one of my first roles behind the scenes before I became the developer advocate, was to be editor of most of the stuff that you read. I don't really do that so much anymore because we put out less content, but you know, between Yilmaz and myself, we worked a lot on that. So there's all sorts of articles, but he has always written articles about artificial neural networks, and I can tell you, some of them I had to guess they were correct, because you know he puts on formulae and things like that, mathematical formulas and or other things like that, and they blow me away. But a couple of important things I made notes and from GDK's pad as well. Thank you for the pad from the Delphi Summit. Technological singularity. I wrote that down, and he defined. Now Yilmaz is a doctor. He has a PhD in artificial intelligence and all these kind of things, and that's why we had him on first, because he goes into some real technical details about how this works. Now, we've got other sessions that are more high level that are like, hey, this is how to use it and all the rest of it. But a couple of things. First of all, he published his paper in 2010. That paper that he was mentioning that was part of his PhD, 2010. So a full 13 or 14 years before OpenAI or anybody else came about. He is not jumping on the bandwagon. He was there pulling away on this subject long before anybody else was doing it. That's one thing. Secondly, he started writing Abriana, which is how he pronounces it. Abriana is how it's spelled, but Abriana in 1992. I just want you to think about that for a moment. He was doing this before the internet existed, before the web came about, and was way ahead of everybody. And more importantly, Abriana, which is the product that he works on, is AGI, not AI like a large language model, which is what most of the AI you see there. But AGI is a non-specialized general intelligence. It's artificial general intelligence. And he's still got a long way to go. He'll tell you that. It's a subject that is massive, but he does not mess around. You know, he is a real top guy when it comes to this, and he's in demand for what he does, and really, really smart guy. But he defined those singularities. One was the gravitational singularity, where the sun gets so big that it basically implodes and then takes us all with it. And I'm sure I'll be long gone by then. We're talking about millions of years away from now, where it's inevitable that sun will turn supernova and wipe out the planet. And that's fine. It's not going to happen next Thursday, as far as I'm aware. And then I forget what the other one was, but the one that really I thought was very interesting was what he called the technological singularity. And he defined that as the point at which AI grows so large and endemic and so successful that it is uncontrollable AI. Uncontrollable. And that is the technological singularity. That's where AI gets to the point where it's everywhere and it's so opaque. In other words, we can't see what it's doing and how it works. That we're stuck basically, and it is in charge now. The technological singularity is the one thing that bothers a lot of people who aren't really up on the subject, where they're going, "Oh, all this AI, we're doomed because eventually we'll just be slaves to the AI." And a lot of people will take a lot of time trying to convince you that no, it's not going to happen. It's not how it is. You know, LLMs are large language models, and they don't, they appear to create stuff because of the way they work, but the reality is they're not doing anything intelligent. But even so, um, you know, as I mentioned before, when we were talking about large language models where they're producing code, if it suddenly makes you 10 times or 100 times or 1,000 times more productive, and the result is a lot of code, programming code, that you have not written, you've got to be sure that what it's writing is good. And if you can't, then that technological singularity is coming to you very quickly in the form of code you don't understand, have no control over, and basically your business relies on that code because you ship it because it works. And then at some point a problem comes along, and then you've got to get the AI to fix it, or you are going to fix what the AI has done. So I can see, the naysayers that are worried about a technological singularity being something that is extremely possible. It's not a negative thing. I'm just saying that we should plan for it and cope with it. And so the thing is, one of the things we're going to be talking about this week is how to mitigate all this extra stuff that AI creates that we don't understand, probably. And so we deal with it. And in his Anabilga, which is the other app that he had, he also, something very important that you saw there, which again, it was in 2010 that he was producing this. It had Chat GPT like capabilities, and all the other things as well. And yet it is a neural network, not a large language model. So and Adil says hello from Agadir. Hello there. And Sylvian from France. So he was doing this way ahead of time, and I really respect him because he is an extremely smart guy, and he really knows his stuff. So fascinating video there, I think. And I'll put his website up so that you can go to it. Let me just produce that now. So let me. It is. And his website is www.esenja.com. I think that's correct. Just check that for a second. Yes, that is correct. So that's Yılmaz's website. So you go to, he can't join us live for the chat apparently, which is a shame because I would have liked to ask him a couple of questions about some of the topics because, he's been doing this a long time. Now, he didn't show any examples there of code as such, but I know he has got some examples. If you go to learndelphi.org, learnc++.org, I'm just going to pull that up as well. C++ plus. Sure, that's correct. Yeah. So if you give you a QR code, like this. If you scan this QR code that I'm going to put up here, that will take you to the Learn C++ website, learnc++.org. He's got tons and tons and tons of working code for neural networks and all sorts of other related topics. It's in C++. He also does some stuff in Delphi, and some of his articles are on our main website on blogs.embarcadero.com and also on learndelphi.org as well. So same as that site, except Learn Delphi instead of Learn C++. But very, very interesting stuff. And I don't pretend to understand a lot of the things that are written down on there because they just blow me away. Very interesting. But yeah, technological singularity. I mean, those of you that are live, if you want to ask me, put your point across in the chat. Do you think that you know, AI is going to be an ongoing benefit to us, or do you think that we are actually going to be in trouble at some point? I would, if you'd asked me that question 5 years ago, I would have laughed and said, "Don't be stupid." You know, it's not like you know, I'll be back, a Terminator style, and there's no way that AI will ever get that smart and we'll be on top of it. But actually, you know, even a large language model, which is really a very narrow type of AI, and it's not even really proper intelligence. It's you know, it's regurgitating in a creative way stuff that it's learned, which I suppose is a bit like a human and a child. But AGI, artificial general intelligence, is something that goes even further, and that is where it is genuinely, you know, you don't train it on stuff, it learns, and it learns in a way that is not like an LLM. With the large language model, which is, you know, perfectly usable, you give it something to learn. So with the things like Claude or whatever, you give it 50 billion lines of poetry, and now it can do poetry because it also has ways of understanding prompts about what it can do, and you can say to it, "You're the greatest poet that's ever lived. You are an 18th century poet, you know, or 19th century poet living in France. Please write me some poetry in the style of you know, Belair or someone like that," and it will do it. And it will do it based on all the things that it has tokenized, the billions and billions of lines of code, lines of poetry. Now, the same thing's true of code. If you give it sufficient lines of Delphi code or C++ code or anything else, it will tokenize it all and learn it. Now, later on, we're going to talk about why that can be a problem. Because, for example, the big trick that people used to use was when ChatGPT first came out. Because of the way that artificial intelligence, the LLMs tokenize bits of the word up, if you said to it, how many letter R are there in the word strawberry, and of course the correct answer is 3. That's right, isn't it? Yeah. No, I'm not. I just suddenly a moment. I'm like, wait, the strawberry spelled with 3 or 2? Yeah, no, it's 3. It's 3. If you'd ask it how many letter R's there are, and it would get it wrong. And the reason is that it takes straw and berry and tokenizes them separately. And so it says there's 1 R in a straw and 2 in berry. But the way it tokenizes it, it just gets it wrong. I didn't quite understand what the magic was that went on behind the scenes, but it was just a classic example of, you're so smart, you're dumb. You know, the LLMs were just repeating tokenized information. I also I remember when Facebook first came out with their face recognition. Little confession here. I was skeptical that it would work, and the reason is that I actually used to work in the field of time and attendance and access control, door controls, you know, door locks, and in fact, my apartment has electric a door lock, and it's a smart lock, so I can open it with my phone and I can email it, I think, or something random. I don't know, some nonsense. I've got an app and I can type numbers in on a keypad and stuff like that. But I know how fingerprint scanning and hand scanning works. In fact, behind me on my crazy shelf of things, don't down there, whoops, that is a hand scanner, and then that there is a fingerprint scanner. Okay, and I'm an expert on these things, and I know how they work. Now they look a bit like they're AI, and in fact, if you were a sneaky salesperson, you could say it does AI fingerprint recognition, but no, it doesn't. It takes the measurements of all your fingers and then produces an approximation. And when you put your finger onto clock in or open a door or whatever, it takes another scan and it works out approximately how similar is your finger to the fingers it knows, and it uses a string of numbers for that. No AI involved. Okay, so when I see these systems out there claiming to be I can be a little bit skeptical, because I've seen these things before, and you know they're not. But what was the point I was going to make? Yes, about that access control and hand scanners. It's only a question of time before they're all learning stuff with AI built in, and I think that the large language models are great, except they're only as good as what goes in, and only as good as the prompt that you put in. With AGI, which is what Yılmaz was talking about, it's far more than that, because it's a neural network. It works in a similar way, except it strengthens the pathway. So, for example, if you are learning to ride a bicycle, we believe, because we're not 100% sure, but we believe that the way the brain works is that our neurons, as you balance correctly, the more times you do that, the better you get at it, and the more pathways in your brain are strengthened, so that when your brain goes to select how do I ride a bike, those neurons are the ones that fire first, and you know how to ride a bike. And there's some certain unconscious things that go on that happen in the back of your brain, and the medulla oblongata and all those kind of things, where your ability to balance, for example, is not something you tend to consciously do. Otherwise, you'd fall over the minute you lost concentration. You wouldn't balance. Your brain has got these low end systems that take care of that, and that is, the ability to learn is more like the kind of thing that Yılmaz was talking about. LLMs, completely different. They're almost pattern matching and regurgitating patterns. They are creative, but trusting them is implicitly something you need to be careful of. But that word that he came out with, technological singularity, where AI becomes uncontrollable. Like I say, 5 years ago, I would have said, no, that's not going to happen. Now, yeah, I can see the more we rely on AI, the more it can be a problem, because as I showed you in my presentation, I said to it, create me some slides, PowerPoint AI, create me some slides about what I need for this subject, and it did a very poor job of it, really poor, and you would think that it would do a better job. So there you go. So have we got any questions from the people that are watching here? Because our next presentation is on the hour. So we've got about 5 minutes left. Maxi Donkey had to leave because he's still in the math lab at the university and he has to go home. Yeah, Maxi Donkey, he's one of the ones that's produced a lot of those plugins. If you go to Get It Package Manager and select in there, you'll find a whole ton of packages, and Maxi Donkey is responsible for a lot of those, even though he describes himself as, oh, I don't really use Delphi that much. Well, he does a really good job for someone who doesn't use it very much. What else have we got? Yeah, someone asked, where is it? It was in reply to one of the questions here. Rick says he doesn't use C++ for him anymore. See me at 1. Yes, okay. Yeah, well, we actually get accused sometimes of not doing enough about C++. Most of this conference is going to be about Delphi, not C++. So just going to say that. Max, that was a question I was looking for. I saw the webinars that are planned. I think that's what he means, not plain. But could not find any information about an interesting topic I stumbled on. Will the freshly released Android LLM inference API be in any upcoming web versions? I did actually reply to that and said the best thing that you can do for any suggestions like that is email me, because I will pass it on to the people that do make those kind of decisions. That's not a decision that I would make about what would go in the product. That's entirely down to the product team and you know, what it is that they want. I'm going to put the AI Codecamp up here as well. But if there are suggestions about what you do and don't like of AI, if there's something where you think I'd really like you to put this feature in, then let me know and I'll pass it on. I do reply to all the emails I get. Sometimes it takes me a while because I get a lot. I mean, each week I start with several hundred emails, just because I, you know, been away at the weekend and done something else. But you know, I do try and respond to everybody. Ask me any questions you like about our products: Rad Studio, Delphi, C++ Builder, the Python tools, and stuff you'd like to see as well. And I'll make sure I do it. So let's talk about what's coming up next. So I'm going to zoom this up so I can see it a bit better, because I am staring into a very bright light and it's quite tricky to see it. So coming up after this, and my dog's about to bark at me because he's hungry, we just had Yılmaz for engineering applications using artificial neural networks in C++ Builder. Coming up next on the hour in 3 minutes time is what you need to know to start using AI by Dion Mai. And he's a very, very good presenter. I think he said he was going to, let me just see if he says he's going to be appearing. Yeah, so he's going to be appearing live for the Q&A, I think, as well. He's in Brazil, so he's 2 hours ahead, so hopefully he's able to do it. And then at 1 p.m., and it's currently 12 p.m. nearly, my time, an hour later, Ask Your Data Anything. Learn how to make, you take your dashboards to the next level. This is from Shruyana Yalagada. I'm sorry about that, Shruyana. I'm probably butchering her name horribly, but she's going to show us some dashboards with Yellowfin and AI and all the rest of it. Come here, dog. My dog is very hungry and wants me to feed him. I'll do that in a minute. And then at 2 p.m., which is my session, I will be showing you how to recreate a $1 trillion company's AI tool in your lunch break. So that's all coming. And I'm not joking. I'm serious. You will be able to recreate something that you will go, I never knew you could do that, but I'll show you what the app is. But if you think about it, it probably does use AI. I can't say that for certain because, you know, company secrets of this company that I'm looking at, but I'm pretty certain it uses AI, and I'm going to use AI to recreate it and show you how it works. And you'll be like, I never knew. But anyway, until then, we are reaching the top of the hour, and we're going to go on to Dion Mai's session. And Dion's session is what do you need to know to start using AI? And we're starting very soon. Quick pause whilst I click on a few things. Think about yourselves for a minute. I don't want to start too early, otherwise people go, oh, you started before I was ready. How about RAD server-driven help systems? Yes. Yeah. Okay, so that's good. Here we go then. Dion Mai.
Welcome everyone to Embarcadero AI Bootcamp, and in this session we will see what do you need to know to start using AI. So who am I? I am Dion, I am CTO at Ivor Solutions. I am also an Embarcadero MVP, and I have more than 50 years in experience of control and software engineering solutions. And what is my experience with AI? give this talk to you? Well, I have a startup already running using AI to develop and deliver solutions to my customers. And in that startup, we have used more than 10 million tokens in May. We are using 5 different foundation models in production. We have experience with context reg, and we are starting using MCP in our solutions. And we also use both open source and paid models. So I will try to share a little bit of this experience with you in this session today. So, giving straight to the point, in our opinion, AI is just a tool. Okay, so otherwise the snake oil that maybe some people think that is, or the solution for all the humankind thing that other people see. For us, AI is just a tool, another kind of tool that we can use today. We can use in our software applications to deliver more value, and even better than that, we can deliver things that we weren't able to deliver before. So AI can make us take our software to the new steps, to the new areas where without AI we weren't able to do. And even with agents, RAG, MCP, AI is better at helping people do their jobs. In our humble opinion, for all the solutions of our company that work very well, the better results are when we automate some process and keep the human in the loop, keep some human watching the process, analyzing the AI performance over the process, so we will not have problems with hallucination and many other things that AI maybe can generate. And I put here in this session also a link to a presentation, an article of The Economist of why AI hasn't taken my job. This article is about January that month. And in this article, they talk about the common vision that are growing in the AI market, that AI is good to automate tasks, not jobs. So if you give to AI a narrow function, if to give to AI a simple task with a clear input and a clear expected output, it will work very well, will do a very great job. But if you scale that and give more context, give more tasks linked one another, then AI simply lose the track. We know that the models are getting better weekly basically, so maybe in the future the reality will be very different. But in this moment, the moment that I will give in this session to you, AI is very good to do simple tasks, and it's about that I want to share with you in our experience, how you can use that, and how you can use in your software AI to deliver more value and more results to your customers. Okay, so maybe you are thinking, why so difficult for me to apply AI? Many customers of ours have this same question. At least many of them ask us this question: why so difficult to see where to put AI in my software solution? And it's not a strange question. It's normal to think that, because AI can do what is not in your software. What I mean with this, think about a process, okay, a administrative, a law, any other kind of process that you may have in your company that your software already take care of, and part of their process of your software are not in your code, are in your user knowledge, are in your user ability, and exactly that part of the process that your user is already doing that you cannot do with your if structure, and in that part specifically AI will do better. Let me show us a little sample here. Let's imagine that we have a process when I receive a paper and I input that data into my system. Usually this is a common thing that occurs in many systems, and this part of receiving the paper and translate that information inside to your software is only on your user side. You don't have ifs to do that part, and exactly that part AI can do. And AI is not very good to doing ifs. We will see later that part in our session here. But for do this part of maybe translating something, maybe interpret something, this kind of work AI can do and can do very well. But this part of the process are not in your software already today. Because of that, maybe it's difficult to you to see where to put AI. I know this is here we have this new tool, this new piece, and maybe don't seem to fix it to all the other solutions that we already have, and maybe because of that, AI can do things that are not in your software today. And the real challenge is go across the difference between what your software can do and what AI can do. So to make things more clear here, our software usually are deterministic systems, okay? So a deterministic system receive a input and will also have the same output. If we put that input over a condition, over a analysis, the output will be always the same, will never change. So if we put if half the value is greater than half of dollar or greater than $15, we have sure after the end of the process that none of the values that are smaller than $15 get passed through it, okay? And AI are on the other side, the AI are non-deterministic systems. So for AI, maybe 90% of the time, the value will be greater than 50, and maybe not, maybe 10, maybe 5% of the time. So AI can change the view of the result of the process accordingly with the data that user inputted, accordingly with the prompt that you use it to give that context to the AI, and also according to the some hallucinations that the model can have. So you cannot exactly determine what will be the output of the AI execution, and also the output can vary. You can put the same prompt with some configurations, and AI can generate 10, even 100 different solutions to the same question. And maybe that 100 solutions can be half right, can be 80% of the time right, but they can be 100 different solutions for that single prompt that you put in. And of course, we have ways to deal with that. We have ways to go around this non-deterministic ability of AI, but in essence, that is the way the AI works. Okay, and other real challenge for us, or the real challenge aspect of AI is that in our software today we have the control flow of the execution, so we know for where our routine pass through when we analyze the input and the output of the routine, But for AI, we have the probability of execution. So we cannot know why AI bring that result in that case. Okay, even if you ask, okay, you give me this answer, but why you give me that answer? AI has not the ability to give you the information. Oh, because of this context that you provide me, I came across and decided to put these words for you in this context. And AI don't work in that way. We have also always a probability of working in some requests. So we have to deal with that probability. 80% of the times AI will be right. What we can do in that process that will be covered that uncertainty that AI will bring in our application when we are using it integrated in our software solution, right? So we all came across this new phrase. I find it online and I think that it's really good to say that the ifs aren't enough and AI feels weird. Okay, so we cannot do all that we want to do. We cannot automate all the process that maybe are expecting for us to automate nowadays because we need AI to do it. But AI feels weird because it's not what we usually are going to see, what we are usually going habituates to use in software development. Okay, some developers either call this new approach to using AI in development software 2.0. I don't think that we need a new label to that. Okay, so I don't think that we need a name, but some developers are calling this new name software 2.0 because of this change in behavior that we have now with AI that we does not have before. Okay, and going to a more practical approach, what we can help you to decide is choose your tools wisely. So for working with AI, you will need some tools, and it's important to you to think through it maybe even before you start the solution, the application, or even the startup that you are planning using AI. And in our opinion, it's really important for you to choose a good IDE system. So LLM editors are very productive. It's amazing how much and how fast they can write code, but keep core yours. Okay, remember that I put here the link of Anthropic co-founder talking. It was a very recent talk that he gave, and he talked about how they will cut Windsurf. Windsurf is a software IDE integrated with OpenAI, and they will cut access to Windsurf inside Anthropic. For maybe you don't know, Anthropic is a other model similar to ChatGPT with some specific characteristics. But the important thing is that they will cut the access to Windsurf because, in his words, they don't want to give clouds to OpenAI freely. It's a very strong statement when he say online because cloud also has its own coding tools online available for people to use. So if you are thinking to use LLMs to write your code, what we can provide you is the vision that you cannot put all your code inside a LLM. Okay, let me clarify that. Think of there are many things that AI already have seen, and they are very good at replicate it. And if you are starting a new software solution, if you are using to automate some process, maybe you will generate some kind of code or part of your system was never done before by a LLM. If you put that piece of code that was never done before inside an LLM will learn how to do that piece of code that we never see before. But if you separate your software and keep only the simple stuff, only the CRUD, the data access, the API consumption. I think I put a later list on this session as well. But if you put all that stuff that are common, for the LLM, they will work very well, and you will not lose your software to the LLM logic, okay? Think about the Anthropic. Maybe what he are saying is projection. Maybe he, we don't know. Maybe Anthropic read the source that were put in Cloud Code. Maybe not. Maybe he only heard about AI, OpenAI doing that. We also don't know. But what we can have sure is that if they has this concern, maybe we must have this concern in our own software applications, okay? And for us, what worked well is this. Keep that simplification. What will be on LLMs, what LLMs will have access, and what they will not. So give it some thought, what is common and what is not. What is common, what every other software in your business area has, that LLM can access, can help you write code, and everything will works fine. But maybe some logic, maybe some piece of code are very specific, very core of your business, and maybe for you will be a good idea to not putting that core of your business inside a LLM to help you code over that, okay? And to clarify this, to illustrate, we have the case of a glass of wine. These are both pictures generated by Gemini, and when we ask LLM to generate an image of a glass of wine, they can generate. They have seen tons of glass of wine before, but was a very common bug of LLMs. If you ask the LLM to generate a very full glass of wine, and I put that in this prompt, okay, a robot, cyberpunk robot inside a British 80s bar with a wine with a very different color, and the glass must be over the top. And no LLM can generate that image accordingly because none of the glass of wine images are full until the top. It's not a common thing for people who drink wine do this kind of thing. So because of LLMs never seen that before, they are very difficult. They are very difficult times trying to replicate it. They cannot do it very well, okay? And it's not exclusively by Gemini. With this picture I generate by ChatGPT, and you can see that the glass is a little more full, but either way is not over the top, is not near to the top of the glass. And this maybe illustrate you what I'm trying to say, that part of your core business is this glass of wine. None of LLMs can maybe have access to read it. And if it's so, keep it that to yourself. Don't put that inside a LLM or a LLM edition, okay? But the half glass of wine that we seen a lot on the internet today, that part will be fine working with LLMs. They already have seen this, and they will not learn anything new just writing that piece of code for you, okay? And other thing that I ask is to generate a glass of wine with a color that they never have seen before. They generate this greenish like glass of wine. Of course, it's not a very new color. Maybe already has some line of this color in the world today, but also to illustrate that they cannot generate something that they never see. They can change some aspects, but they still have this difficult to generate very new things, okay? And just to end this topic, I promise you this is the last one. This is a video generated by Gemini View, and as you can see on the video here, the glass is not full. Even the prompt asking to be a glass full, and even the first image of Gemini having the glass full, for the video this kind of still not working. So to end this topic, many new features of the LLMs will still have this bug that cannot generate something that they are not trained on and something that they never had seen before. And you can take advantage of that given the thought of your system, of your applications, and what you will share with LLMs and what you will not, okay? So, again, for start using AI, think about cloud partners. Remember that AI are very large systems. AI demand a lot of hardware to run well. So using a cloud solution will be a very interesting thing to consider when you are starting or integrate into your software system, or even create a new software solution, a new startup maybe. Think about what cloud partners do you want to use. Many great cloud partners have AI startup program, so you can have the advantage of that. You can have credits, you can have easy access to new features, you can have also sometimes support by the cloud teams to help you go through some specific aspects of the process to using AI, and that will really help you to get started, get using. So think about that, and it's a very powerful and helpful way to start. Remember, of course, it's very nice to run locally, to run maybe a open source model, but with the open source come the difficulties of using open source, and using a cloud you will not have that. Remember that you already trying to implement something very new, something that maybe was never done before without AI, and given that the top of that, given the complexity of all the difficulties of using a local model, maybe will be very challenging, very time consuming for you. Something that maybe in the start is more using a cloud partner, okay? And if you want to choose startup, okay, make your own startup, there are many technical possibilities now today, many solutions that we can deliver, that we can implement in software that was never able to do before. So this is the time. Many great investment firms are saying that the software market will lower the prices and grow in size. So many companies will demand more software solutions, and many of these software solutions, they will ask for involve AI and things that we were never able to do before. So beside of the hype and the buzzwords, we have real opportunities here to apply AI, to make great process, to make new things. And if you have an idea or know some process, maybe it's the time for you to choose to do that. And if you choose to start a startup or start a new company, remember that even Embarcadero has their startup program, the community edition of Delphi C Builder. So even for Delphi, for the local software solution, we can have help. to not invest a lot of money, not have to use many of our resources inside the implementation of the new solution that you may be thinking to do. So consider that, okay? And what to look for. So when you start to do a new process, start to use AI to automate some process, to start using AI inside your software, in our experience, what work well is to have good metrics. Okay, remember that as I told before, the process that AI can do and can do well is not on your system today. So if this process is not on your system today, it's very difficult for you to have good metrics of it and to know where the AI is doing greater job, is doing job better than the user has done before or not. So in our experience, the first thing that you must do is have good metrics, have good KPOs, have good KPIs to look at the process and understand what you want AI to achieve. And after that, deliver that result to your customer, to your users, anyway, the people that are buying your software. Okay, so start with the metrics will help you a lot and will make the things very simpler for you, because if you don't have metrics, how you can prove that AI is better to do what a human usually to do that before. Okay, so many tools, we have many different tools to use, and many different tools will have different results. So even to compare different models, different solutions, different foundation models, even for that you will give advantage if you have good metrics to see if this model of Gemini runs better than this model of GPT, and for this process it's better to use GPT over Gemini, or either way else. So if you don't have metrics, you cannot analyze that, and will be very difficult for you to evaluate in our experience. Okay, and how to choose a model? Well, we have a specific session on this topic at this Embarcadero event, so you can look after before. And in this session, we will talk about how we choose at our company the models, and what in a empirical way to do we have found using the models. Okay, this model works better for this solution, this model works better for that solution, and also what the exclusively things that each model has, because a lot of models has many common aspects that you can use in all the models at the same time, but other models has specific features that maybe will work only fine in that process or that kind of application that you are trying to use. Okay, so look after this session to learn how you can choose the better model for your software. And be ready for scale. Remember that AI, cloud, social, this tech are born and ready for scale. If you are trying to automate some process, remember that maybe it's a new process that never was done before by software, and maybe you can reach a large amount of users and grow your startup very fast. So think of that. Give a thought of how you can escalate your solution, how you can be prepared to operate in a large amount of users, a large amount of data. Okay, in our experience, to relate some process, when we run to a simple solution, each run of a process will cost us $1 to each run to the beginning of the end in the cloud process will run at cost of $1. And when we escalate that to all the customer needs, the average monthly account of the cloud will be $2,000 and in cloud system, and of course will be very more expensive that the process can afford to pay. So for only one process the price was very fine, very okay to pay, but for a very large scale the goes off the roof, and we have to going back to analysis phase to recalibrate the things and make the price go down. So think of that when you are designing your solutions. Be ready to scale, be ready to be cloud first, be AI first, and of course go to social media. Make your solution ready for many users as you can. Okay. Think about the data area. So many customers, when we are starting to show our tools and implement our solutions, and many companies, the first question was, where is the data, where I get access to the data, how I can see all the data of this process. And of course we think of that before, so we already has a large set of reports. We gave easy access to that reports, of course with security, but it's a very common thing to heard of when you are working with AI solutions. So it's other kind of persons that will buy our software solution now. I think if you start coding software years before, the user usually want to get the results. I want to just finish this process, and I want a software that does that for me. But nowadays the user don't only want a software that finish the process. They want a software that finish the process and now also show the data. Show me the data. So think of that. Make your startup, your solution, your AI part of the process be clear, be ready to give reports, give answers, also integrate that with the metrics that we are talking before. So with all of that integrated, your software will be a very good solution. Your customer will be very happy with what you are maybe delivering to them. Okay. And think about what to delegate to AI, again, to talk about tasks and not jobs, right? So even for your company, think through what you will ask to AI to do. It's a good exercise not to simply go to AI and put what you want that to generate, but think through what AI must do for my company, for my software, and why it should not. Let me give a sample like this session. Of course, I use AI to this session to do the research, to do the resume of the things, to make the text more synthetic, but I does not use to write what I will speak to you. I does not like to use it to write the text that I use in this session, because if you use a lot of AI in this way, it makes things more flat and less interesting to persons that are watching you. So even with AI, and maybe AI will be able to write a session for me, I don't like to delegate that part of the session to AI. I only like to delegate the manual, the only typing task of the session to AI. And in our company and in our software solutions, we try to always do the same. Okay, so see what are the jobs that you want to do, and only some of the tasks will be done by AI. Other tasks will be done by human by purpose on choose. Okay, not because AI cannot do, but because we think that the value of a human doing that task will be even greater than AI. Okay, and also does not delegate at this time very large jobs to AI, because usually the result is not good. Even in the past events of Gemini, of GPT, even Claude, they say that many of the new models can run with many agents, even 7 hours straight, working in software solutions without any human interaction. At the end of the process, a human must look at what AI have done and see if he have done it correctly. Okay, so even if you make AI work for a very large time, you will not be able to just make AI alone deliver what they are done. Also, we have humans to look after, so that part of the job will always be done at this moment by humans. Okay, remember that not only AI is new, so we have a lot of new technologies, not only AI. And in this picture, like I put in this small video, I put a Alexia system, and we have many other new technologies that are able to integrate with AI or not. And many scientists are saying that AI will do even more with that. So I think that using AI is not only the new option that you have. You can use something that does not has AI and put AI inside it. You can bring easily access to AI to a system that already are running. So there is many new technologies, many new opportunities that you can work with if you choose to go in that way. So to conclude, there is a lot to learn. You can do it. You have done before. Something that I usually talk to my customers is that over the years, at least in my experience, we have seen a lot of changes. We have seen many things very different now from what they are then. To illustrate that, we have seen Delphi 7 going old school. We have seen the new versions of Delphi. We have seen the standardized of APIs and the use of APIs that you are many of you use today in your software solutions. And if you go back 5, maybe 10 years, was not very common use APIs. Okay, so many of that things have changed along the way. We have seen many systems go split in layers. We have client server before. Now we have many layer systems. Many other changes that we are doing in our daily basis working software solutions, and maybe didn't give the thought to understand that changes happen. What AI is doing is AI speed up the changes. Okay, so if we think that 2 years ago AI basically wasn't able to do anything concrete in our world, and 2 years after that they are able to do a lot of tasks, a lot of things that many humans cannot do. It's a very strange way to look at things. Okay, so in our opinion, what are going to happen is the speed of change will increase. So we'll have many other technologies came even faster to the market that was before. And for that, you must be ready if you want to deliver quality software, if you want to deliver new solutions, will be great things to watch, okay? So there's a lot a lot to learn, but you can do it. You have done it before. Your software, of course, the way that you write software today is not the same way that maybe you started. You simply does not give the thought of that, but I'll be sure that it's very different way, and it will change more. It will change more with AI, with LLMs, with local LLMs, with the improvements of the IDEs, and of course with the needs of our customers, of our users that wanted this kind of improvement that AI can bring to the software solutions. Okay, so keep in touch, keep that in mind, and don't lose the time. AI is not just snake oil. AI is a thing that are here to stay and already has made a lot of changes and will do a lot of more. Okay, so really thank you for your time, for your attention. Here we have my contact, my company website, and if you have some specific needs, you can ask me by email or you can ask here at the session. I may be here to answer all the questions that you have about this topic. Okay, so thank you, Ian and Embarcadero, for the opportunity.
Excellent, really good session. And what I liked about it, I had enough time to take my dog outside as well because I did have the thing on as well. But I moved to an apartment, and my dog goes, "I need to go out," and then I'm like, "Oh, I'm in the middle of a webinar. Don't you realise it's important?" But it's good. Anyway, the good news is I have Dion here in the studio with me. Let me just change my view and turn you on, so to speak. Hello, Dion. How's it going?
Hello, Ian.
Oh,
How are
perfect.
you?
Yeah, that was very good. And I thought it was very interesting because you said a lot of things that I'm kind of like, that's what I think as well. It provoked quite a lot of chat, mainly from Rick, I have to say, but also a few others as well. One guy was DF3YT. He said, I found Qwen to be the best Pascal based one. That's not one I know, actually. Qwen, QWEN. I'm going to look it up.
Is the model from Alibaba,
Oh,
Ian?
okay. All right. Well, there you go. I didn't know that one. There's so much AI stuff going on that it gets a bit overwhelming. And Rick said a couple of things that I will mention. He says a lot, but as one of them was you guys need to start running your own language models. I think it means LLMs. And as I said to him, what makes you think we aren't? See, I think when he's saying you guys, I think he meant Embarcadero and Idera. But we are looking at various solutions, so we say, and what is the best direction. The thing about AI is, it, as you know, Dion, is very fast changing. And the trouble is that our time between releases is quite long. And actually, right now in the field of AI, 6 months, which is what it could be, is a really long time. I mean, AI just changes very quickly in 6 months. But I liked your video immensely. I thought it was one guy said your wine seems to have a beer head on it, and I'm like, I don't know, because you were saying, and I thought this was a kind of good point, which was the reason that you can't get a glass that's overflowing, or you couldn't, because I think they've fixed it now, but you couldn't, was because most of the LLMs or large language models are only as good as the data you've trained it on. That's what you were saying, right?
Yes, exactly the point. And I try to illustrate that, Ian, because many software company has this afraid now what we should do with LLMs. And I think that everything that LLM already have seen it's okay to give them to do, but everything that is new we can separate and not put on
Right, I'm
LLM.
just going to put your website up as well. Is yvra-ai.com, yeah? I think that's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So let me just make that appear up there, which I have. So if they scan, see, it's like magic. Ding, there it is. And I'll put it up in the chat here. But yes, I mean, that is the point that with some of these things, it's only as good as what it's trained on. So if you only ever trained it to learn French, then it'd be useless if you said to it, speak Italian to me, because it's like, I don't know, or Portuguese, for example, your native language. But
Yes.
and that's the trouble that we're having with Delphi to a certain degree, because typically Delphi coders are very, I don't want to use the word old-fashioned. Let's say they do things in a particular way and they like to do it that way. People are scanning your website as well, you'll be pleased to hear.
Nice.
And so they don't like change, or traditionally they haven't liked change. And so a lot of the code is not public. There's millions and, in fact, billions of lines of Delphi code out there. And I did a webinar in the 30 for 30 series where I showed how many projects there are written in Delphi. I went to Schiphol for the Amsterdam Delphi Summit, and all the overhead announcements that are made for the airline, your flight will be delayed by 5, all of those are done by Delphi. All of the advertising that comes up, that's all done by Delphi. Not one single line of code for any of those projects is in the public domain, which means that the large language models cannot train themselves on that code. And in fact, almost every project, and I think every project, when I think about it, that I worked on since Delphi 1 came out is not in the public domain. So no large language model was trained on any of that code I wrote. But all of the public stuff I've done for Embarcadero and as an MVP is in GitHub. And you know where it says your code has been in the Arctic repository? You must have had it with one of yours. I think that is where they were training the large language models, because it seems too much of a coincidence that 1 year later out comes all these large language models, and they all seem to, it just. But it maybe not. Maybe it just feels to me like that's what they did. So one day someone's going to ask, ChatGPT to do some Delphi code, and some of my horrible code will come out, and they'll all be sorry that they scanned it. So. But yeah, it was interesting what you said about that, and I think that's another thing that you emphasized as well, which was if you've got a secret, a trade secret to your code, you shouldn't get the large language model to understand it and train on it. And I agree with that. And the example I give is Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's very famous. I know it exists in Brazil, but most countries have it. It's like McDonald's, and Kentucky Fried Chicken, their slogan is secret blend of herbs and spices. So the coating for the chicken is a secret. It's the same with the Coca-Cola's formula. And if you were able to train a large language model on Kentucky Fried Chicken's recipes or Coca-Cola's recipes, then someone down the road like Pepsi or some other chicken place could say, create me a recipe for a delicious fried chicken coating, and it would go, what fried chicken coatings do I know? Oh, here's one from Kentucky Fried Chicken. And it would tweak the recipe a bit because, they go out of their way not to totally copy what you've done, but you've just given away your trade secret. And it's the same with your code. If you have something unique about how you, calculate overtime or do some other calculation, and it's your specialist thing that your program is very, very good at, if you train the large language model on it, someone down the road who's your competitor says, give me a routine that calculates overtime, and it goes, oh yeah, I know how to do that. Boink. And it'll manipulate it and it'll reword all the variables, but really there are only a few different ways of writing the same code. You know that as well as I do, that you can only write the code for a specific problem in one or two ways. Otherwise, it doesn't work. And so, yeah, it's a problem. On your site, I haven't gone to your site yet because I've been busy, but this is your new company, is that right? Because I know you used to be another company and you moved. Yeah.
Yes.
I think some of you old guys are
Yes,
joining
I
later
moved
for a
from
different session. So
Yeah, I moved from Equisoft. We used to work with old source, but as you may know, in US, the development demand are slowing down. Not the software demand. We see that the market for software are very high, but for the labor market are slowing down, mostly because of AI. We think there are other reasons as well, but AI has changed that
yeah,
in our
I think
opinion.
it's a problem. I think that, as I said in my opening session, AI is here to stay. This is something that people are going to have to learn to live with. It's not, AI is not going anywhere, but the impact is on certain jobs. It's a problem. My daughter, she finished university last year and trained as a graphic designer. She also did another degree in Korean, so she can speak Korean. But ironically, the two, yeah, she's crazy. She does weird stuff. But she's a designer. Of
Very
course,
nice.
she's crazy. But I saw her yesterday for Father's Day. But she went to. I've said this before, but she went to a job as an intern. On the first day, they taught her about their company, and she had to read through brochures. But on the second day, they sat her down and said, "Right, we're going to show you how to use our AI, our artificial intelligence." And that was it. After that, they were just writing prompts to create graphics. So all of her skills that she just spent 4 years at university, and education is expensive in the United States. I describe her degree as my Tesla because it costs as much as a Tesla. So I could have bought a Tesla. I paid for it, a lot of her education. But those 4 years, her job in those years changed. That was it. And that's graphic designers. But translation, translation is another area where AI does a very good job. I have an app on my phone that I pull up, which is a Microsoft app. And when I go to Brazil, I don't speak Portuguese, and sometimes I meet developers who only speak Portuguese. And that app helps us a lot. I mean, it helps me with Spanish. I speak some Spanish, but not enough to say, no, my sink is still leaking, or you didn't fix my tap properly, or whatever the guy's doing. But that's AI's, that is really, in the old days, you would have a translator to do that. Now you can just pull out an app and do it. And it's a problem. And I think, as you said, the job of a software developer is also going to change. And I think that we will go from being coders who write code to people who tell something else what it is we want. So we will be very good at describing the functionality of the program that we want, and we'll write less code. Is that a good thing? I don't know. But the other point you made as well, which I thought was very interesting, was where you said, but once you've had that code written by the AI, you need to go and check it. You need to see what the AI has done, because and this is a session that's coming up another time, which will be about automated checking of code, which is fine if you use the AI to check code for quality and security. But wait a minute, now you've got an AI writing it, an AI checking it. Where's the human? I guess the human just uses the application or puts the money in the bank. I don't know, but yeah, it's
And Ian, Even the AI companies, if you see
Yeah,
Cloud or OpenAI speeches, they read the code that the AI write. They not put on production code without a human intervention. So even they that create the LLMs are reviewing
yeah,
the
because you
source
said
code.
something about Windsurf, was it? Windsurf AI. It's banned from being used by Anthropic or something like that. Who was it?
Yes, yes, they ban, they use it because they say that maybe OpenAI will access that source code. Is that a projection? What is
Isn't
that?
that isn't
We don't
that
know.
just typical? You know, it's one of those things where you're like, use AI, oh, but we're not going to use it. It's just and they're like, well, we're training the opposition. Well, wait a minute, but you want us to give you our code, you know, and trust you, but you don't trust your opposition. It's you know, and I suppose they could say, well, we're trustworthy and they're not, or something. But it's still such it's hypocrisy,
And
really.
there are some articles, Ian, where the companies say that they not guarantee has no guarantee that the LLMs will not learn from what you ask them.
Ah,
So they will not guarantee that. So even without the training of your source code, if you ask something, they does not guarantee that the LLM will not learn from what you
yeah.
teaching the LLM on the
I
runtime.
mean, I suppose I don't mind, but actually, Idera would object, and Idera, would, you know, who own Embarcadero, would be very worried about it teaching someone to create a new RAD studio, which is going to happen one day. But you know, we have always tried to make sure the AI is turned off by default in RAD Studio. You've got to turn it on specifically. And secondly, you can choose which large language model you use, or Olama, and some other things we're looking at as well. Because we feel the same way. We get it. We understand. You know, you're worried. And as I said in my opening session, we don't have $6 billion of investment to go, you know, so someone goes, where's my money back from my $6 billion? Well, we haven't used that, so we don't care. If you don't use AI, good for you. That's up to you. That's your choice. But if you do use AI, we're trying to give you choices so you can use it in a way that you feel comfortable. So yeah, I really liked your session. I mean, I've met you in person in Brazil, and I had a lot of fun. And you know, I always say this: you're a very smart guy. You're very diligent at helping out with webinars and things like that as well. And you know a lot of good Delphi people in Brazil as well. You said that Brazil is full of them. It's full of loads and loads of really good developers. But yeah, it's a lot of
Yeah,
fun. Okay, all right. Well, I'm going to have to set up the next session. But when are you on again? You're on tomorrow, aren't you? Yes. Yeah,
tomorrow, I
tomorrow
think.
at
Yes.
11 a.m. my time, so it's a couple of hours earlier than it is now. And your session is different models for different solutions. I like it. Yeah, it's
Yes.
interesting. You've got another one on June the 18th as well, which is AI beyond the code, maximize your productivity. How do you do all these? You're worse than me. I mean, you must never sleep. That must be what it is. Yeah.
Lots
Yeah.
to do.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Dan, and I'll see you tomorrow. I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye. Cheers.
Tomorrow. Bye bye.
Okay. So producer Martha is wrangling things in the background because we have another session coming up. Let me just maximize myself. Let me see, Martha. I think I have uploaded it already, but let me just make sure. So I'm gonna let me see if we've got that session loaded. Let's hope we do, because you know what? I don't think we've got it loaded in the yeah. Oh, you're uploading now. Martha, I can probably do it quicker if that's any help. I mean, I don't know. All right, well, I'm going to fill for a moment. That's fine. Please do filler. Yes. Okay. Producer Martha's talking to me in the background. You can't see it, but there's a chat where she's going, I deleted it. I've re-uploaded it. So I'll fill for a while. So our next session coming up is ask your data anything, learn how to take your dashboards to the next level. Brilliant. Martha, if it takes too long, let me know, because with my super fast connection, I can always go ahead. So let me just address some of the questions here. DF, oh, at 25%. Okay, cool. So DF3YT said, surely it's not safe to let web-based AIs be able to read your code units. There could be security concerns. Well, this is the argument that people have, of course, that yes, I mean, as Dion mentioned, if there's a secret sauce that you have, your secret blend of herbs and spices, your private secret, trade secret of your code, then yeah, I would say it would be a very bad idea to upload it to a public LLM. And there's a very good case for having local LLMs. I think the problem here at the moment is that we are waiting for us to get to a point where local language models can be run on your computer, or run in a way where you're not training a public large language model. And Olama goes a long way towards that. There's a few others as well. I forget what the other one is. I've got an article about it. But there are several offline large language models that are they're getting capable. But the problem is, for a lot of these large language models, if you run them locally, you need a beefy machine, or you need a server somewhere of your own that's private to you. And your beefy machine is a problem. Now, NVIDIA, who really lucked out, I think, that everybody wrote the large language model code so that it worked on graphic processors, which they, of course, happen to be the ones that are they're making all the graphics video cards. I'm using an NVIDIA card as we speak. They lucked out because they're like, well, wait a minute, if they're using our graphics cards, let's build some cards that are dedicated to AI. I think that's going to be the next stage, that you will get PCs or laptops and there are already some out there, PCs or laptops, excellent, thank you, Martha, that include AI onboarding facilities. And that I've seen a few. They were not that great, the ones I saw, but I think that's the next stage, that you can run the LLMs on your machine. Now, you can already do them on your phone, but I don't know, they're not that great. I think that's the gap that's waiting to be filled, and I think it is. There's a whole bunch of people queuing up to fill it. So I think that's where we're at, and I think that would solve that problem. And the same with another thing you said, I without the quote of the article, I can only take this as hearsay, but you're saying that ChatGPT showing that incognito mode was not. I've not seen that article, so I can't say whether that's true or not, but that would be problematic for them in the United States if it turns out that they've said it's secret and then it turns out it isn't. And that's how class action lawsuits come along. And we all know what happens there. Billions of dollars get spent. So that'll be the next thing, that someone's going to lose a case against, a large language model ingesting something it shouldn't have done. Okay, so I'm told the video that we're waiting for is uploaded. And we also, our guest is going to be in the studio for the live chat afterwards. Let me just set that up. Regarding questions, professional ideas, not time to think about programming. Yes, Miguel, yeah, that is something that he's asking about. In fact, I'm just going to show that question before I play the video. It is something we're talking about. I see where you're coming from. We are a commercial organization. We're not charity, and we're not an open source outfit. And I get it. US $3,000. That's not actually the price of enterprise. You can usually get it less than that. But I understand about Linux. It's something we're looking at. And Paul Jackson, let me see your thing as well. So I'm going to get the video up. The video now I apologize because she is in the studio and I haven't checked with her beforehand how to say her name. Let me see where that video is. I'm actually seeing that video. Yeah, it's 30 for 30. 1 second. Like technical hitch with our videos. I'm just going to ask someone about it. This is a problem with this platform. Oh, you can play it for me. Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, for some reason, it's just to do with the way this platform works, but I can't actually see the video we're going to play. So I'll let Marv go ahead and play it for me, and I'll be back afterwards after checking how to say our guest's name. I apologise, but it is an unusual spelling for me. I'm going to say it's Truyana. We'll work it out. But anyway, we'll roll the video. It is Ask Your Data Anything, learn how to take your dashboards to the next level. I'll see you later.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the webinar, and thanks so much for taking time to join us today. I'm Srijana Yadlagadda, Solutions Engineer at Yellowfin. The topic is Ask Your Data Anything, learn how to take your dashboards to the next level with AI. We are going to explore how the new AI features in Yellowfin can help you build and enhance your BI and get more out of it with the help of AI. We'll go ahead and get started. If you have any questions during the session, just drop them in the Q&A section and we'll address all questions at the end of the presentation. Let's briefly look at the topics for today. We'll start with a quick look at how AI is reshaping business intelligence in general. Then I'll give you a brief overview of some of the smart features available in Yellowfin, including natural language query, assisted insights, and signals. After that, I'll jump into a live demo where we'll see these features in action inside the Yellowfin platform. And finally, we'll wrap up with some time for Q&A. Before we dive into the product features, let's take a step back and understand why AI matters so much in BI today. This next section sets the stage for how Yellowfin's approach and our newest innovations fit naturally into this growing demand for simpler, smarter analytics. BI has certainly come a long way over the years. As user needs and expectations have evolved, technology companies, including us, have had to continuously innovate to keep up with the growing demands of BI consumers. In the early days, it was enough just to have visibility into the data, but today, users expect much more. Flexibility in how they build visualizations, the ability to ask intuitive questions, and even uncover insights they didn't think to look for. BI has progressed from writing SQL queries just to pull a report to simply asking a question in plain language and having the system find the answers for you. Yellowfin has always adapted to meet these changing expectations. And with our latest releases, we have taken another big step forward by offering natural language query powered by AI, helping our customers ask better questions faster and stay ahead of the curve. For the past 21 years, Yellowfin's approach has been to make it easy for end users to access their data. With our embedded analytics model and drag and drop interface, the idea has always been that end users should be able to build reports and find answers to their questions independently without relying on IT. Alongside the flexibility our drag and drop interface gives power users, we have also introduced guided natural language query and assisted insights to help read-only users get answers without needing to build reports at all. And while Yellowfin already includes many features that automatically draw insights from the data, like signals, assisted insights, smart tasks, and more, we have recognized a growing demand for AI and the need for even more intuitive ways to get answers. More and more users want to simply ask a question, naturally, casually, and get an immediate relevant answer. That's the level of flexibility BI users now expect. With our most recent release, Yellowfin 9.15, we have taken the next step by launching AI-driven natural language query. Yellowfin 9.15 now includes AI-powered natural language query, along with the smart features that many of you may already be familiar with. Starting with AI-powered natural language query, Yellowfin supports a bring your own AI model approach. Right now, we support integration with OpenAI out of the box, but more LLMs can be added in future releases. The configuration is simple. Users can add their own API key, enable AI NLQ, and start asking natural language questions directly against their Yellowfin data models. Then we have assisted insights, which naturally explains the why behind changes in data. And finally, signals continuously monitor the data for changes, trends, and patterns. When Yellowfin detects something significant, it proactively notifies users so they are aware of potential issues or opportunities as they happen. Now let's look at these features in the application. In this demo, I'll walk you through the key capabilities we've covered so far in this webinar. We'll start by looking at how you can build dashboards using AI-powered natural language query. Then we'll explore how to automatically generate insights that explain anomalies in your data. Finally, we'll see how to monitor trends, identify patterns, and uncover opportunities that support better decision-making and business growth. We'll start with natural language query. To get started, I'm going to create a new natural language query. Choose the underlying view that you want to connect your natural language query to. I'm going to choose key team. Now, before we use the AI-enabled natural language query, as you see here, which I'll talk about in a minute, we'll construct a simple query using the guided natural language query that we currently that we've had for many versions in Yellowfin. So to do that, I'm going to simply show invoiced amount. As you can see, I'm simply making selections from the drop-down options provided to me, just clicking on the drop-down options provided to me. I'm going to show invoiced amount by, let's choose demographic, where my invoice date is between the beginning of this year to current date. So I'm generating year-to-date sales data by demographic. Now we are using the guided natural language query to construct this. Like I said, we have made selections or made selections from the drop-down options provided to us. We'll see how the same can be done using an AI-enabled natural language query in a minute. Now, in order to generate an year-to-date sales data, we'll have to enter the date range like we saw here, and then click on Ask a Question. As simple as that. And a simple chart is provided to us by Yellowfin. It automatically builds this chart for us based on the question that we asked when we framed the question. Now, let's do the same using an AI-enabled NLQ. Now, before we frame that question, you can see that the window is the same. You can either toggle on or off on AI enabled, depending on how you want to use natural language query. If it's turned on based on the user preference, if they want to use a guided approach or AI enabled, user would have the preference to make that choice when they are building the question using NLQ. And we're going to see all the setup and everything in the background. It's a very straightforward setup. I'm only focusing on the front end right now. Once we finish this on the front end, we'll see how the back end is set up in few minutes. And also, before I frame the question, you can see the suggested questions here on the top right for any user before they get started, just to give them an idea on what kind of questions they can ask. They can click on suggested questions, and a list of questions will be shown for them to get started. Now, this is also based on the ski team dataset that we are currently using right now. So I can go ahead and use any of these options just to generate that output to see how these can be utilized. I'm going to simply use how many athletes have booked camps using each booking method. Just click on that. The question is pasted in the question bar. Click Ask Question, and the Yellowfin generates the required output. Okay, you can use suggested questions to give you a kickstart if you're using NLQ for the first time. AI-powered NLQ for the first time. Now I'm erasing this. I'm going back to what we asked before using the guided approach. The question that we asked there was show invoiced amount by demographic, where invoice date was between few dates that we provided from the beginning of this year to current year. Now we'll see how the same question can be framed using AI enabled approach. Here I'm going to simply ask, what are the sales by demographic this year? As simple as that, and click enter. Yellowfin is now going to convert that into a guided NLQ style question and give you the output. Okay. Now, before we move on to other questions, one couple of things to note here. But the way we are using the LLM here is that we are passing this question over to LLM to get a guided NLQ style constructed question back that Yellowfin understands. That's all we are doing. We are not passing any data to the LLM at this point. All we are doing is passing this question and getting this in return, and that's what is used by Yellowfin to push back to the database to get your output. No data is sent back to LLM, and that's very important to note that your data is not leaving your system. Only the question is what is sent to LLM to get the NLQ style, guided NLQ style output that Yellowfin can use. Now, as you can see here, once you frame the question, the guided NLQ question that Yellowfin used in order to generate the results is also shown here on the bottom. So there is no confusion for the end user as to what you're seeing on the screen. You know, this is the question that you asked, and this is what Yellowfin used to frame this question. So there is always clarity over what fields it used. If somebody is interested in looking at that detail, there's always that visibility into what Yellowfin actually used in order to generate that output. So there's that transparency and clarity in the data that you're seeing. Okay. So from here, let's move on. Now let's extend this question if you want to narrow this down further, or we want to interrogate or expand this even more. So let's see what are the sales by demographic this year. Let's apply a filter on this. There is already a filter this year. Let's apply another filter for email bookings. So what we have done here is we expanded on that question, and we also applied a filter on booking method equals email. Now we didn't have to use a where clause or anything at all. It can be as simple, very plain, simple language for email bookings, and Yellowfin is now able to understand that booking method is the field that it needs to use and apply a filter on email on that to provide you the required output. Okay. Again, no data is sent through. All we are sending back is, all we are sending to LLM is a question and getting the statement, guided NLQ statement in return. Let's frame a different question now. What are the underperforming countries this year? Okay. Now frame your question and click enter. Now you can specify whether you want a bottom 5 or bottom 10 if you want to be explicit in your question. But it was an open-ended question from my end. So Yellowfin now use the bottom 5 athlete by country by profit margin, because we are going after performance and not sales for this year, including the start date. Now this is the output that we've received. Like I said, you can always look at the output that Yellowfin used, or the LLM output that Yellowfin used to generate this output. There's always, I'm saying this again, there's always a transparency for you to feel good about the output that you're seeing, the data that you're seeing that correlates with the question that you asked. Expanding on this, let me just see how to highlight above average countries by margin. Yellowfin is just making sure that we are looking for the mean when calculating the average, and Yellowfin is now showing you the country details and also providing you the mean, average, and showing you the countries that are above average, with clear distinction. You can be as creative as you want with the question. You can be as broad as you need to be with the question, and Yellowfin, because it's using the LLM language behind the scenes, and you can bring your own LLM like we discussed during the slides, and use whatever works for you to do that conversion into the language that Yellowfin understands. Now you may ask if different languages are supported too. I have an example to show that. So here I have a question that I already framed in a different language that I'm going to just copy paste here. This is in French language here. All we're asking is what are the total sales. If I click on ask a question, total sales for last year, and you get the output. So even if I don't have the different languages enabled here on my laptop on in this application, sorry, but you still will be able to use a different language question if that's what user is comfortable in order to use NLQ. They can simply type their question in a different language, and Yellowfin still will be able to produce output, desired output that we want to see. Now we'll just look at one last example here before we move on to the next topic. I am going to frame a different question. What is the average duration of camp by region this year. Okay. Now notice how I'm able to use average as in an abbreviated form. You can use that too. Yellowfin will be able to understand that as well. Based on the question you asked, again, the output is generated. I mean, this is a standard feature in NLQ. You can always toggle and look at this in a tabular format. That's always been there. So we have taken our current guided natural language query and enabled the AI so you can use the same functionality in NLQ, but frame your question in a more user-friendly manner. That's what has changed here. The core functionality of the natural language query, or the way you've used natural language query in the past, has not changed. We have only made it even more better by adding AI features to it, so you can get the benefit of AI as well if somebody don't want to use the guided approach in order to frame that same question. Okay, so now let's expand on this. What's the average duration of camp by region this year is what we asked. Let's see if we can compare this to last year and we'll see how the results look. So I want to compare to last year. You will see here in a second that the purple is last year, and the other gray bar is current year to date. You'll be able to see the comparison. You'll be able to produce the same report using a traditional report builder, the way you normally build a report, or even using a guided approach. You'll be able to do that, but by simply asking your question, you are able to generate the same output in more quickly. I would say, guided natural language query, when you're asking that question, it's fairly quick as well, but because it's more in a plain language, you're able to get the results out even more fast. And again, with the transparency of seeing what report is being used, what query is being used to build the output. Okay, hopefully that helps, and you're able to see how NLQ, AI-powered NLQ, enhances your current way you currently use natural language query in Yellowfin. Now from here, we'll see how this can enhance your dashboards as well, right? We don't need to stop here. There's this important question that you asked, comparing current year data to last year's data. Now, how we can reuse this content. Now, what I'm going to share here is something that has always been there in Yellowfin, but we are using the AI power to generate this output and enhance our dashboards even more. From here, you will be able to save this output as a report. You can give a question. You can give a report title, sorry, average duration of camp. Okay. You can publish it to a folder and save. Now, alternately, you can go to the report directly from here, or you can directly add this to a dashboard. This output, whether it's a dashboard or story or presentation, it's the same thing. We are going to focus on dashboard right now. Once you generate the output, you can click on dashboard and add this to a existing dashboard. Now, you can add to, like I said, you can add to an existing dashboard, or you can create a new dashboard and add to that. So right now I'm going to create a new dashboard. Create a dashboard. Now Yellowfin is going to add that very report to the dashboard here. Okay. Now, if you recall, we saved the report before we added to a dashboard. Similarly, I mean, not this question, but if we saved any other reports, any other NLQ outputs as reports in the past, you will be able to browse through those reports here from the navigation on the left and add them to your report. So if I see here, you will be able to choose any report that we've saved from the NLQ screen, add that to the dashboard, and build your dashboard completely by generating outputs using AI. You don't have to manually build any report whatsoever manually. You can just use AI in the NLQ screen, use the question, type in the question that you want, generate the output, save that as a report, and add all of those reports to a dashboard that you can continue to use. You can schedule, you can open on a regular basis, have it as save it on your home screen, so you're constantly looking at it. So without you having to ever use a report builder, just by using AI, you will be able to build the dashboards and automate the whole thing by skipping the report builder screen altogether. Okay, hope that helps, and you hope that gives you an idea how you can not only use NLQ but also build dashboards using the same questions that you have asked in the NLQ screen. From here, like I said, let's see how the backend is set up from this point. I'm going to go to the admin settings to see how the configuration is done to enable AI. I'm on the admin settings screen. If you scroll down, there is this external connections options on the screen. Just click on that, and all you do is add your connection, API connection here. Click on add button, provide your API key and any other details that you need to add in order to establish that question. Right now, OpenAI is what is supported by Yellowfin. Soon we are going to add other supported LLMs too, but right now you certainly will be able to use OpenAI in order to get started with using the AI features in Yellowfin. One other thing to add here is that right now you will be able to add this API connection at the default level. It only supports at the default level. At this point, all your clients will be able to use the same API connection. But down the line, if you want to add APIs at the client level in order to, maybe monitor usage of by client, or if you want to give your clients ability to bring their own AI, bring their own LLM, that's also possible. They all can be set up at the client level, but that's not available in this release. That's soon to come in the future releases. So that's definitely a possibility. But as of right now, you will be able to add the API key at the default level, and all clients will be able to use that. If you want to pilot, or if you want to eventually have your clients use their own AI, but if you still want to get started with the AI at the default level, you certainly can do that. If you want to pilot with a couple of clients, that's certainly a possibility as of right now. Okay. Now let's go look at a view to see how the basic configuration for NLQ. Nothing has changed there, but I still want to take you to that screen if any of you are not familiar with it as right now on how the setup is done at the backend. I'm going into the edit mode of the ski team view. Here, in order to enable the NLQ, it's very straightforward. You will be able to, sorry, let me just show it on the general settings screen. So all you need to do is enable natural language query. This shows kind of natural language query, but it's the same thing. You'll be able to just using the radio button, enable AI on the same window. But this is where you would enable natural language query on any view. And if your view has multiple dates, when we were framing the questions on the NLQ screen, I was just randomly showing, typing in as this year or year to date, or, I'm open-ended. I'm not specifying what date to use. I didn't specify what date to use on that question. Uh, the date that is used is what you provide as a primary date here at this automated settings screen level. So whatever date you mark as a default date or the primary date is what is used when you are not being explicit with the date to be used in your question. Or if all I'm saying is year to date, or last year, current year, then this is the date that is used. But if you your data set could have multiple dates, if you want to use any other date, all you need to do is be specific with the date that you want the LLM or NLQ or Yellowfin to use. Okay, under key variables, this is where you would enable the fields that you want to use on the NLQ screen. If you, on the guided NLQ style question, when you are framing a guided NLQ question, you're limited with what fields you enable in this window, and the same applies to AI powered NLQ too. If you want to be able to use the field in the NLQ screen, it needs to be enabled at this view level. That way you can limit the fields that users can use on the NLQ, because understandably a report could have many fields, but not all are applicable for an NLQ screen, or you probably do not want to do not want the user to use all those fields on the NLQ screen. So you have better control here. If you want them to use all of them, just check all the boxes. But if you want to limit, just limit the count here, limit the selections here. So you're limiting the user on what they can use on the NLQ screen. For example, you may not want to use customer ID in that window, because customer ID, there could be hundreds and thousands of fields, records that it may generate, and you don't want to slow, you don't want a user to be generating that using an NLQ screen. If that's a restriction you want to place, simply uncheck that box here or don't enable it here, and users will not be able to use that on the NLQ screen. Okay. And if you also want to give any aliases or synonyms to your fields, you can change that. This could be the report name, but if you want to give a different name that they can use on the NLQ screen, just change the name here, and that's what they'll be able to use to type that question. Okay, so that's with the NLQ and AI powered NLQ. Hope that is all clear. Again, any questions, just type them in the window and we'll be able to get to them towards the end. Now, before we conclude, there are two other topics here. Then assisted insights, using assisted insights to automatically generate insights. That's what we're going to cover next. So I'm going to navigate to a different dashboard here. So on this drill dashboard, I'm using this camp revenue versus profit chart here to demonstrate the assisted insights. If you want to automatically generate insights based on this chart, you can simply click, provided your assisted insights is enabled on this view, you can simply click on this or use the auto analysis option, and you can have Yellowfin explain this data set. You will see that Yellowfin has generated this output just by exploring the Europe data set further. It has generated or automatically generated the charts to explain this data set more, and you can click into it to further look into the details of this chart that it has produced. And the other way you will be able to explore this is using the compare feature. Auto analyze and compare. So you can compare right now invoiced amount in Europe with, let's say, Asia. When you click on compare, it's automatically doing that comparison for you in the background. Again, in the same automatic settings window, you'll be able to enable what fields should be used by this auto analysis as well. Here in the output, you'll see that Yellowfin again automatically generates these explanations for us. And now if you see into this, the variance by demographic, if you look into the detail of this, now it has generated the variance compared to Europe and Asia, because that's what we are trying to analyze here. It has automatically built this chart for us based on how well that data is represented on this visual, and it has also provided more additional details behind this comparison. For example, the top 3 demographics combined to represent almost all of total positive variance. You can see the total, high performing demographics compared to both these regions just by one click into the data. Now, these additional insights, which you may need to ask an LQ or build your own report to generate without doing any of that, just by one click and selecting that compare feature, you're able to generate all of these insights that we can, utilize. You can go into the edit mode, save this as a report, the output of this as a report, and reuse that if needed. Okay. Lastly, using signals in Yellowfin, you will be able to monitor the trends and patterns in data. If I go back, go to a different dashboard here, on this particular dashboard, these are the signals that are generated that we've configured in the background and we've added to this particular dashboard. Now, if I just select something random here, so we've generated 2 signals on this. You can be as granular as needed when you're setting up these signals based on the configurations you set in place in the background. Yet Yellowfin identifies the exceptions in data and generates the signals automatically. You can also see the correlated metrics. In some cases, you can even see the related comparisons. So if I select a different, correlated metric, you are now comparing the account name Walmart with Johnny Walker brand. You're able to see how the Johnny Walker performed compared to this versus this account, and see if the signals that we are generating are common to any other dimensions in the field or any other values in the data set, so we can see if there is any correlation or if this is specific to a certain scenario or if it's an isolated scenario. Okay, you can also use the date slicer at the bottom in order to change the time frame and see the signals in more detail. Okay, if you scroll down, you'll be able to add a comment and share this discussion with your team member. You can see the relevance of this when compared to the overall performance of that metric. You can generate automatic insights for the same metric again, using auto analysis or assisted insights. Okay, this is how you'll be able to monitor the trends and patterns in the data at as granular level as needed, and also compare that to any other metrics in your data set. Now that concludes what I wanted to show in the application today. As you just saw, Yellowfin brings together intuitive design and powerful AI features to make working with data a lot easier. Whether you're building dashboards or simply asking questions in plain language, Yellowfin makes your experience easier, particularly with AI. Hopefully that gave you a good sense of how these features can help your team move faster and get more value from your data, again, using AI in particular. Now let's head back to the slides to wrap things up. That brings us to the end of the presentation. Today, we looked at how AI is becoming a natural extension of business intelligence and how Yellowfin continues to evolve by introducing features like natural language query, assisted insights, and signals. Hopefully, this gave you a good sense of how Yellowfin makes it easier to ask your data questions, explore patterns, and stay on top of what's happening in your business. The information covered in the webinar, along with detailed instructions on implementing these features, can be found on Yellowfin Wiki. If you would like to get in touch or request a demo, please reach us out at the email address provided on the screen. If there are any questions, we can address them now. Any questions you may have, just type them in the Q&A section and we'll get to all of them.
Okay, well, I'm not quite sure I can stop this content because producer Martha set it up, and see, I can do this, and it's got how many seconds? 34 seconds left to go. Okay, so we were going to try and have our guest live. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of a...
If there are no questions, thank you again for joining us today. See you soon in the next webinar. Thank you.
There you go. So good. I think that means the video is going to stop now. Come on, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brilliant. How do I get my... Martha, I'm stuck. Well, that's awkward. We've got some kind of situation set up now where I can't turn that video off. Interesting. You know, sometimes this platform is brilliant and sometimes it's not. Oh, wait, can I do this? Can I say remove? Yes, I can. There you go. Yeah, we normally I play the videos myself. I have the controls there, and we do it that way. But this time, no, it did not work. So, okay, we've got a few questions. I'm gonna put this caption up here because we've got 12 minutes. So Srijana, apologize if I'm not saying your name right. She's having issues with her microphone and her connection. This always happens, the joys of the internet. Not all of us have got these super duper never go wrong internet connections, which is mine. I'm tempting fate here, so I'm keeping my fingers crossed. But we did have some questions asked and answered. So let me just go back to them and see what this says. So, okay, so the first question we got was from, I think, Alex. Yes, and he said, that was interesting. Does it support voice activation for queries, not quarries? I think that's a little typo there. How hilarious. And Srijana did answer that to me privately in the chat, and the answer is no, not in the current version. Now, we're both Yellowfin and Embarcadero are both IDERA companies, and IDERA have this very specific policy about no forward-looking statements. So when she says not in the current version, the answer is no, it doesn't at the moment. Now, if you think it's a good idea and you really think that we should support that, then get in touch with Yellowfin and you know, make that suggestion. If you can't get hold of Yellowfin, email me. You know my address, ian.barker@embarcadero.com, and I'll pass it on to a Yellowfin and make sure it gets dealt with. We can't promise anything. IDERA specifically say don't do that, But what we can say is we listen to what suggestions are there. A good idea is a good idea. And if we can implement these things, why wouldn't anybody implement a good idea? That's it. The other one we got is another question from Alex, which is, can you use math requests or financial formulas to generate probability or projection of parameters in the future? Alex is really focused on what this can do for the future. For example, to generate projection of sales in 2026 Q3 based on past historic data. And Shrujana says, we currently have a few forecasts based charts and trend functions that can be used when building charts. Now, the thing about Yellowfin BI's AI is it can only operate on what it can do in the product, like all these things. What I think the main use of this is an example of how it's a lot easier to ask something in a natural language. Ask the BI stuff, hey, give me some details for such and such sales figures on 2026. If instead you had to do this with SQL or SQL and all those kind of things, I think it would be a nightmare. I'm not even sure how you put together a query to produce that kind of figure. You saw that in the example video that Shrujana showed, there was a really good example there of it really understanding what we're talking about. That is when she used AVG instead of average, because that is a common contraction that people use. Oh, give me the AVG of such and such. And the Yellowfin was like, yeah, I know what it is. Andrew is asking, yeah, and I, like I say, I think that's the thing where AI comes into the fore there, really. If you were just using natural language processing and then trying to apply that rules-based understanding what that query meant, give me the average of something, it's not going to work. If AVG is not a function inside Yellowfin, then it's going to fail. But AI understands that AVG is a contraction of the word average and goes, oh, you mean an average, and here's a query that does it, and it builds a query inside the product. So yeah, very, very good. Nigel says he'll definitely have to watch this later. Yep, good job. And so Yellowfin is addressing any SQL databases, but it's not something we can integrate on Delphi projects. Actually, the answer there is I've done a webinar before with Yellowfin where you can incorporate Yellowfin in your Delphi projects. And in fact, I think we have a public repository of that, Andrew. Yeah, there you go. And Shrujana, who is in the chat, even though she can't speak live, is saying Yellowfin can be incorporated with Delphi. Yes, I remember now. It's all coming back to me after my 30 for 30 webinars and traveling to Denmark and then Amsterdam. We have an example that I have personally shown in at least one webinar, and I think Jim McKeith has probably shown it as well. And I think Stephen Ball has also shown it, of a Delphi app that's a FireMonkey app, I think, with Yellowfin embedded into it. And you can embed the Yellowfin functionality inside your Delphi app. And it's got an interface that you can call. I remember specifically the example app doing quite well. Off the top of my head, I don't know what it is. If it's something you're interested in, either contact Yellowfin here or email me. Once again, ian.barker at embarcadero.com. That name there, my name as well. And I'll hook you up with the demo and I'll put you in touch with Yellowfin because it's a great product. It is very specific. Now, you might ask, where would I use Yellowfin? And the answer there is if you're using something like Tableau, and my ex-wife's business uses Tableau, and we're trying to convince them to go Yellowfin, obviously. But one of those kinds of BI, business intelligence apps, then Yellowfin fits in there exactly. It is more useful, I believe, for medium-sized companies to analyze their data and produce that kind of business intelligence that you need. If we're a small company, then you're going to be using your own kind of your own methods like accounting software and stuff like that, unless you've got complicated cash flow and sales. And I mean, then you're probably not that small a company, are you? If you've got to the point where you can't manage it all in front of you, then you've outgrown it. But Yellowfin is very, very good at aggregating all of this data. What wasn't shown in this demo, and we've got other Yellowfin demos, is how you can drill down into the data and really get to the bottom line of how things are working. And with the AI on it, it makes it a lot easier, because otherwise you're having to type in queries and stuff like that. And I personally think that queries are the one area where SQL queries are very narrow vocabulary, and a narrow vocabulary is a good thing, because it means then that AI is very, very good at being helpful with it, and that would be a great thing to say for it to help out. A question here: can we rewrap this as our own via license? Of course, but basically no Yellowfin branding. The answer from Srijana is yes. Absolutely, that's the brilliance of Yellowfin. You can white label it. Basically, you can integrate it into your product without your clients ever knowing that it's a Yellowfin product. So that's for system integrators. If you're not doing that and you're actually an IT person who's interested in doing it, then you can actually use the product as it is, but you can also white label it as well. Another question: can we connect Yellowfin to small cloud tables like using Google Sheets? Yes, you can. You can connect it to Google Sheets. It can be connected that way. IDEA as a company use Google Sheets and lots of Google products. I personally think it's great. I like it. Is this a presentation made by an IA? No, it's made by a human being. So nice try, Einstein, but this is actually a human doing it. My next presentation is also by AI. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's probably covers all of them just in time, Srijana. So I'm sorry we couldn't get Srijana on live with her wonderful voice booming across the ether. But that's the vagaries of the internet and these kind of systems. But she has been sitting in the background watching your questions. Andrew, I think you're probably one of these people that's really going to benefit from this. But just go to their site. If you're not sure about how to use QR codes, then this was the person that was talking, and just email sales@yellowfinpi.com and you'll get through to them. But it's a great product. I'm not just saying that because I work for IDEA indirectly, but I like it. There's some IDEA products where I can't really talk about them. It's like it's not something I understand. It's not a market I get. But this particular Yellowfin product, like I say, I've demoed it more than once, and it's good. If you have a need for that kind of thing, then you should check it out and see what it is. What else have we got? Longest neurons. I'm going to probably mute you soon, because you're asking. You're almost like an AI bot. And I have suspicions that that's what's going on, because there's lots and lots of questions there, and I think that's a good question. Yeah. And the other question from DF3YT is costing. Go to the site and get the details. They'll tell you all about it there. It depends on a number of factors, back ends and size and things like that, but they'll give you a quote. I'm sure they'll love it. Yeah, longest neurons. I'm going to put you in timeout for a little while because you're asking too many questions and they're not relevant. So that's it. So thanks a lot, Srijana. And like I say, sorry we couldn't get you on live, but that's the way it is. And what we're going to do is move on to our next session, and we'll go from there. But in the meantime, thanks a lot, Srijana, and I'll speak to you soon. she says she's very sorry for not being able to go live. Don't worry about it. That's the way it is. So everybody's used to me talking lots of nonsense, so it's all good. But she says, thank you, everyone, for paying attention. So there you go. Thanks, Juliana. Okay, so the next session is from me. And amusingly, and so why does my phone keep beeping every 2 seconds? What? Someone sending me messages? Oh, I see. Yeah, some Texan barbecues closed down, and apparently the internet thinks I really need to know that. So this is my session coming up. It's a bit of a clickbait thing, but it is actually accurate. And this session is going to include some code. I know you've been waiting for it, but we did say that we would include some code. And so this session is how to recreate a $1 trillion company's AI tool in your lunch break with me. And I'm not joking. I'm deadly serious. Now, in order to show this, what I need to do is share my screen. I need to make sure I share the right screen, because otherwise drama will occur. I think it's this one. And there I am. There's my screen shared. And let me go to what we've got. So many of you may not realize this, but you've been using AI for a number of years. And if you've ever gone to Google Translate, it is definitely, I believe, using large language models and possibly rules-based, but I'm guessing it's probably AI. And the way it works is fairly simple. Here is this is publicly available text, and this is Danish, just so you know, and it's from Hans Christian Andersen, so he's long out of copyright, but it's called The Little Mermaid. I know that much, but it's from 1837, and the way that copyright rules work is that it's fine to show. Now, this is educational. I want to explain that. I'm teaching you how to do something. So what I'm going to do is paste this. And as you can see, it immediately translates it into English. And you could pick any other language you wanted, and you know, it would translate it into Italian, or from Italian into German, or whatever. The website has some interesting features, like, for example, this, where you can click and it will swap the languages around and all the rest of it. But and also there's drop downs and things like that. Very interesting, yeah. But what's even more interesting is if I do this, and you'll see that actually the app is completely written in Delphi. It's not actually Google Translate, and by the way, as I said, I'm doing this for educational purposes, but it's actually a Delphi app. And the Delphi app is using AI to do that translation, and it works exactly the same as Google Translate does. Disclaimer, Google Translate is way more complex than what I've done, although I have done probably 80% of what they do in Google Translate. Okay, so this really is genuinely translating text. And I can prove that if I get another file. Let me move my mouse down and see if I can find another file. Sorry about the screen flashing there. It's just because of the way Windows works. Oh, here it is. Files, Delphi Translate, samples. Okay, so I'm going to open another one. And this text is called The Bon Roi Dagobert. This is a children's nursery rhyme. Okay, and he is it's about his big trousers or underpants, I think. But what we're going to do, if we just do that and paste it in, and because of a little bug I've got in there, you can see that it translates it. And again, I mean, this is weird that it says put her panties down, but it basically, the whole point about this is the good King Dagobert has got a large pair of underwear, and he's walking around with them, and it's a bit like the Emperor's New Clothes, if you know that story. where he's making mistakes. So how does this work? Well, it works by a couple of nice little things. I've called it RAD Translate, but basically all it is a web stencils app, and it's using Delphi's web technologies, web broker. That's the word. I just had a sudden blank in the product name. That's not good for the Delphi advocate, is it? But it's using the web broker to do it. Now, all of this stuff that you see, the HTML that I created, which I'll just come back and show you again, all of that, I actually asked AI. This is the hilarious part. I said to the AI, make a copy of the Google Translate website, and describe what I wanted on there. And actually, the AI quite rightly refused to do it. And I'm glad it refused to do it, because it basically was plagiarism. But it just so that I emphasize copyright. There is a thing called fair use, and I'm not trying to rip off their site. This is not a publicly available site, and it won't ever be. I'm showing you how you can do similar things to what they've done in Delphi. So it's an educational thing, because I don't want to be sued by Google for whatever reasons. But he says, I don't understand anything, but it's still cool. Take care. Yeah, no worries. Basically, it refused to do this. So I actually had to instead tell the AI, and it was Gemini AI, so it was their own stuff. I had to say to it, create a website with 2 boxes in here, blah blah blah, and all the rest of it. And I told it to do this and create. But now the thing that took the longest time was actually creating the HTML here. Okay, the thing that took the least amount of time, and it took me 2 or 3 minutes, was creating the bit that created this translation, this automatic translation. Isn't that weird? The hardest part you would think would be the AI translation, but it wasn't. It was actually getting that HTML right. So let's have a look at the actual code and see how it works. So I'm going to stop the server, and I'm going to move this over here. Otherwise, we get all sorts of weird stuff that I don't want you to see come up. And in a moment, it stops, which it does. And I'll pull up the actual program. So what we have here is a web broker app, and you can see that. I'm just going to move that so I can see here. And if you're not familiar with Adel Balhas says, which AI have you used to generate HTML and Delphi code? Okay, so the HTML code, I literally went to Gemini, because I have a Google account, and asked Gemini to do it, and it refused point blank to copy the Google Translate site. Actually, top marks for that, because that's correct. It should say that. It should say, no, I'm not going to clone someone's site. But what I did do is then say, create me a web page that has got 2 text boxes in it with this graphic here, these buttons here, and I just used Jackson says, Ian, are you going to make the source available? I will do, but I think I may have to change a couple of things about it, because I don't want you to have the source code for the Google Translate unedited, because I did that for a wow factor. I wanted you to go, oh wow, he wrote it in Delphi. But is there a list of languages, Keith? Yes, there are. There's over 70 languages, 70 that this does. I'm going to show you how this all works. But anyway, the point is the AI deals with all that, not me. So this is a web broker app. And if you're not sure how that works, you just go into into File, New, and then say Other, and then go into Web, and then you can say a web server application and create a web broker app from there. Web broker apps can be standalone, they can be CGI, or you can plug them in as an IIS module. There are other ways to do it as well, but I like web broker. I think it's a great technology. It is using in the background web stencils. Okay, And Web Stencils is a Paul set. Oh, Paul! Oh, yes. Hello, Paul Jackson. Yes, I know you. It's because it says Jackson, but I should have known that, shouldn't I? But Web Stencils engine is processing all of the data. So let me show you a couple of things. First of all, the first thing to really show you, and get my cursor on the right page, is what we get. So I have my my folder here. Whoops. My folder here, and this is my source code folder where all my source code is. In there, I have a HTML folder, and this is what's served up by the actual web pages. And the only page that is actually served up is this one, which is main page. Now, let me just pull this up so you can see what it looks like. And do this in Ultra Edit to make my friends at Ultra Edit happy. But this is what the web page looks like. So it's using Bootstrap. And again, the AI could have put this in. I actually put this in manually because the AI refused to rip off the stuff that I wanted to rip off. But it's got a header, and it's using HTMX. Now, if you are not sure about what HTMX, I'm going to talk about it in a moment, but I think it's one of the best things to come out of the HTML crowd recently. And it allows me to do things like replace content with no flashes. So if we go back and run the app again, like so, which runs it here, and then if I just click on here, up comes the translate. And then if I pick on file number 1, wherever it's gone, which one is it? This one, Little Mermaid. So the HTML that is there is standard HTML. But what I am doing is I've got a little bit of JavaScript at the bottom here. Okay, so these are the 2 text boxes, and I'll talk about those in a moment. And there's Bootstrap, which is what makes the screen look beautiful, so to speak. And then the only thing I've got that is kind of non-standard is I've got a bit of JavaScript in here that detects when I'm pasting text into the text box. Okay, so what this does is this waits to see if I'm going to paste in some text, which I'm going to do in a minute. Now, if I do, then what it does is it looks for the button called the translate button in the HTML, which is up the top here, translate button. Okay, and it does that by looking for the name translate button, which is this bit here. In fact, let's close this Explorer because it'll make it easy. You can see more text. And it clicks that button. When it clicks that button, HTMX triggers, and what it says is, okay, well, I need you to include the stuff in the content box, which is down here, that little bit of where it says where the magic happens. So it looks for this thing called OG content, the original content, i.e. the stuff that's not translated, and it posts the message to WebBroker. It posts it and says, show me the translate text web page. Okay, and original text and styling, it may not be. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then and the target that it's going to target is the bit that says, when the response that comes back with HTMX, the target is going to be translated content. Well, that is this item here. So let me just show you what that means on here. So this is OG content, and this is the translated content. So those are the 2 text boxes. All there is in there in that Ultra Edit thing. Okay, like that. If someone clones your site using the same image text font, that likely concept. Yeah, actually, Fabio, that's the point, that they can't do that. For educational purposes, you can do certain things, but it has to be for educational content, which is exactly why I do it, and that's why I'm not going to send it out. If someone clones your site, you should probably sue, I think, but that's not what we're doing. We're absolutely not trying to pass ourselves off as Google. In fact, explicitly not. So anyway, so those are the two, and you can see there's not a lot in there. So basically, the only other thing that we've got in here is that we have some CSS just to make things look pretty. So we've got a text area and the language swap button. The language swap page button is in here. So I've got a button here called language swap. When you click on that little button, which just to remind you is this one. When you click on that, it's a button. It's got a graphic in it, which I got from the public repository. It's that button, when it clicks, called swap. And again, it's using the HTMX. So it's targeting the text boxes. It changes the outer HTML. So what that means is that it's going to go here and it's going to target, because this is how HTMX works, it's going to target all of that. If it says inner HTML, then it's only going to target this bit here. But outer HTML means the whole bit. So it's calling some web pages. When you click on things, it's calling another web page called translate if you paste the text in. So let's just see what that looks like. So I'm going to just remind you, first of all, it is not Google Translate, and in no way is it similar to it. It's just the look and feel. Go in here and say paste the text. It triggers that JavaScript that says, okay, you've got some text. That clicks on that button there and then translates it into English. Now, I've set, this is not the full functionality. Jackson's asking what editor I'm using. This editor here, this is Ultra Edit. It's owned by Idera, and it's a sister company. And actually, I do some developer relation stuff at Ultra Edit as well. Great editor. You can open a 2 GB SQL file, which I've got, and it will open almost immediately. And you can search, and it will search immediately into the file. It's amazingly fast. So one of the things it's very, very good at is large file handling. So yeah, big fan of Ultra Edit. I love it. You can see all the syntax highlighting of that. It's just good. It's easier that I show it in here. I could open the HTML in the IDE, but if I start doing that, it gets a little bit complicated. So when I paste, the JavaScript goes, okay, you pasted. And then what it does is it clicks on that button that then calls /translate. It's calling the websites, localhost 8080/translate. And then that then replaces, using HTMX, what the contents of this box was with the actual translated text. Great. Okay, so we get how that works. Okay, so let's just stop that for a second and let's look at exactly how it's working. So I'm going to say stop and exit like so. And let's see how that works. So what we have here is Web Broker has got the concept of actions, okay? And as I said before, if when I click on that translate button or I trigger it using the pasted code, it goes to this path. This is how Web Broker works. So you can set some paths in here and say when someone calls translate text, it should do something. And in Delphi code, what it does is does this action, okay? And it actually takes the text that's sent over via HTMX. It gives me that text in request.contentfields.values OG content. You remember that text box OG content? I then pass that to a routine called do translate, and it translates the text string, which is set up here, and then we say we've succeeded. Do translate is this routine, and I've commented this out for now because I can show you some debugging and one of the other things it's doing. So what this does, I've written a little class. Okay, there's a field called ftranslator, And that actually is a class that I've written. So I wrote an interface, so I don't have to worry about whether the thing will have a lifetime and leak memory and all the rest of it. And this is the actual concrete class that this interface creates. And what it does is it goes in, and when I say create, it gets the available languages. It creates a dictionary of available languages, so I can populate that drop down with all the languages. It works out what the source language code is, and it starts off with auto. So auto means when we go to the translate, which I'll show in a moment, the AI, it says, I don't know what the language is, automatically work it out for me. Okay. And the default language that we're going to translate it into is English. But again, that could be auto. If it's auto, it works out where your domain is, where you live, France, Germany, Spain, Italy, Portugal, whatever, Brazil, and it will translate into your native language, your local language. But I'm translating it into English, and that's what that class does. So I've created that class to do that. And do translate does that. So do translate just calls that class and says translate the string. Here's some text to translate, and here's the function. Here's a concrete version of the function, translate string. And what does it do? Well, this uses Apicept's AWS translate interface. So I'm using Amazon. Now, because I've written this as a class, it could be any other AI that can do translation. But the most convenient one for this demo was using Amazon's translate. And I'm going to show you some other Amazon examples of AI in a moment. But it sets up the request, which is a translate text request. It passes over the source language code, which I've set to auto, the target language code, which I've set to English, and then it will pass over the text, which is the text that's in that original text box. It calls translate text on the client, so it calls the Amazon translate, the AI translate, assuming that's successful, which is the response we get back. Then if it's successful, if it's auto was the language we were setting for, we then return the detected language code, because the Amazon translate, AI translate, will come back and go, oh, okay, well, the source language is Danish, or the source language is French. So it knows that, and then a response. Otherwise, if it can't translate it, we just return the original text. So the translated on the left, and the original text on the left, and the translated on the right would be the same, because it doesn't understand it. So it just goes, no, I don't know how to do that. And that's it. So all I need to do is install Apicept's little library. So if I go to get it and choose AWS, I think this works, I install that. Now, I actually have the pro version, so I haven't installed it via Get It. But if you've got a version of Delphi, you can install that. If not, go to their website and you can get a copy. But this is the most comprehensive Amazon SDK I know of. And Richard is a friend of mine. There's a little disclaimer there. I get on very well with him. But Richard Hatherall's the author. But that's what I'm using. To include that functionality in your app, all you do is say uses AWS translate and put in your credentials in a special part of the IDE, which I'm not going to show you because otherwise you'll steal my credentials. But that's it. AWS translate. It's as simple as that. And then the actual, calling of the thing to translate the string is a few lines of code. And as I said, I mean, it probably took me 5 minutes to write that code like that. 5 minutes, because I had to test it and write it and sit up. But the hardest part, you would think, would be the AI translation, and actually, it's the easiest part. What took me a lifetime was all of the nonsense with the HTML, which is a bear to set up. Getting it right and getting it moving around and getting it to look in the right place, just so very, very annoying. But, as long as you use proper classes and all the rest of it, it's great. So let's have a look again at how that works. So main server calls out there, and if it works properly, then it calls this. So I'm going to just uncomment those. A few other things this code does is it starts by setting up the root directory of Web Stencils, because we're using Web Stencil to promote it. What does the HTML look like itself? Well, let's go back to my HTML. On the main page, I've already got this, haven't I? On the main page, there are a couple of things that you don't get in your normal HTML, like, for example, this one. Okay, so that says @system.timestamp. Okay, that is not standard HTML. That is part of your Web Stencils thing. So how does that work? Well, when you initialize your module, I create a thing called environmental settings, and I can then produce things like anything that this class has. So app version, what the name of the app is, all the rest of it. It could be anything. That's just a class that I've surfaced. But for the system stuff, because I want that to be immediately dynamic, what happens there is that if it finds the @system, it works out that's a value, and it goes, you're asking for @system. So if the property of the system is .timestamp, then we'll return the date and time. If the property of system is .year, then we'll return just the year. Otherwise, we'll just say system not found. So I can actually go into here, and I'll show you this working in a moment. So timestamp is what it is at the moment. So let's just run this again. And so it's running. You think this is a cool example? You wait until you see the next example, because I'm going to show you another one in a moment. So it's running already. If I control click in the window, then up it comes. And it's on my other browser window, so it's over here. Oh, like this. And so it's up and running. Now you can see here, you just about see it probably in the resolution that we've got. There is a page produced thing. That's the value that is coming directly. I'll get my mouse cursor over in the right place. That's the value that's coming from here, system.timestamp. Now, what's cool is, because this is a website, I could go into here and I can change that to say, what was it, system.year? I think that was what it was. I can do that. And now, if I refresh this page, now it's just showing the year. Cool, huh? Because it is generally a live template that is being returned by Web Stencils. Web Stencils is phenomenally powerful. If you're going to do web apps with Delphi, you really should consider Web Stencils. There are other technologies out there that each have their own space. Intraweb, UniGUI, all these kind of people out there, and WebCore, which I love. I love WebCore. They have different purposes for it. Keith asked, would it be possible to make a RAD server app using a Delphi Forms front end? Do you mean Web Stencils front end? Yes, in fact, we have a demo of that. Let me see if I can pull that up. I did actually, I think I did QR code for it. No, I didn't. I'll pull that up in a minute. Yes, the short answer is yes, you can definitely do that. I've got a little link here somewhere. Sorry, the screen's going to flash for a second whilst I do this. Yeah, so this is your official Web Stencils demo site, and it is github.com/Embarcadero/Web Stencils demo. And to answer your question that is there, is it possible to have a RAD server one? Yes, there is a RAD server project, and it's in Delphi and C++, and it does all of this stuff that you see here. I've shown this demo before, but so I won't show it again, but this is written by Antonio Zapata, who's a very, very good pre-sales and sales consultant, and working for Embarcadero. He does a lot of developer outreach, like myself, and actually more intense outreach because he tends to go to lots of local events in Europe and things like that. He's based in the UK. You know, there's everything you need with RAD server. There's some slight differences with RAD server, but apart from that, it works. Yes, AAT says RAD server supports web stencils now. Yes, 12.3, one of the things we put into 12.3 was that we actually put some special bits and bobs into RAD server to support web stencils. So it's all great stuff. Yeah, Jack, Paul, your information's out of date. Paul's saying he doesn't think it can do it. Actually, no, you can. You don't need to use Center anymore. Not for that. I mean, for other things, yes, but not for this. So yeah, let's just pull this up again. So what was I showing you? Oh yes. So yes, you can change this and you can say timestamp, or I can say something else, which obviously doesn't exist. And now when I go into here and I hit refresh, I should get an error message. Yep, because it doesn't know what something else is. Yeah, but if I change it back on the HTML and instead say timestamp and save it, now I want to refresh it, can show the date and time. So web stencils, really, really fantastic stuff. If I go into here and paste this like that, why did that not do anything? Oh, I know why, because here's a little quirk of clipboard history. It doesn't trigger the JavaScript in there. I know quite what I've done. I've broken it somehow. Oh. Broken something horrible there, but never mind. But the point is, you've seen it working. You know it does the translation. So all of this cool stuff, really, all done with web stencils and a little bit of AI to generate the HTML, which actually, you know, like I say, that was the hardest part of it. Now, it also has worked out that the language that I pasted in was Danish, and the target language that I'm heading for is English, and it does that. You know, I just added that little bit of code when I uncommented it, just to show you that it's actually live and doing the real thing. So there you go. What's that for now? So that's that demo. Now, just to follow along with the theme of AI in general, because that's quite a quick demo. There's nothing really untoward in here, and like I say, I probably will publish this code, but it won't be straight away because I'm busy this week. Someone's making me do some Codecamp. But what I'll probably do is publish this with a slightly tweaked version of it. But let me open another example, which is need to pull the example up. This one. Bear with me a second. I have multiple screens open, and it gets a bit out of hand sometimes. And my recent projects thing is also a bit unbearably. This one you've probably seen before, but it bears showing because again it shows the real power of AI on Apicept. He says, "Hey, please explain your dev cycle with Ultra Edit." Yes, I will do in a moment. Yeah. So let's run this. I don't know where this appears. Oh, it appears on the screen because it's on the screen. So I can't remember if this will work or not on this resolution, but we'll find out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open an image, and I'm going to do that off screen so you don't go through all my stuff that I've got. And all right, talk about yourselves for a second. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to pick up this image, and this is an image that I took myself. I think I was in the UK at the time. Yes, I was. I can tell by the pounds and all the rest of it. And it's a market. It's an open air market. And the reason this is a good picture to test on is because it's got some weird fruit in it, amongst other things. And so what I'm going to do is, this is calling an AI app that is another Amazon service called Recognition. And it does some very interesting things. So I'm going to click on this that says show confidences. And what we do is we click on this button that says detect labels. And down the side come a load of things that say labels. And this is not a web app. It's not web stencils or anything like this. But it's detected a whole bunch of things in this image. And again, it's just one, it's like 6 lines of code to do this. And it's found food. Yes, I would agree that a lot of this is food. Some of it's quite weird. You know, it's like jackfruit and stuff like that. If you're not from a country that eats jackfruit, you're probably wondering what that is. A Buddha's hand is a type of melon. That's good. And actually, more I look at this, more I think it's in the United States. But there you go. Yes, because Texas up there. So I thought it was in England, but maybe not. But it spotted a couple of weird things. Like, for example, the first time was melon. Okay, so I see the melon. But what else have we got? Glasses. It's 63.5% sure that those are glasses. And I am amazed at the fact that it spots those, because they are pretty obscure. And in fact, the first time that I saw this, it was a small image, and this is kind of large on the screen. But I'm like, where's the handbag? Oh, of course, that woman's holding a handbag. It can tell that's a handbag, even though it's only a partial amount of handbag. Really pretty impressive produce. Pineapple. Yeah, I mean, it like this one, it's 91.68% sure that's a pineapple. Now, these pineapples here are a very specific type of pineapple, and they're kind of snacky pineapples, but they're super sweet pineapples. So they're about the size of a small ball, I suppose, or something like that, a tennis ball. They're about as big as your hand. But it's not quite so sure that these are pineapples. It's like, yeah, looks like a pineapple, but isn't that great? You know, that it can you know, detect all of those. It's got a few other things as well, like a box, which is accurate, but it didn't spot these boxes. So it's good, but it's not, you know, not that good. And it spotted apparel and stuff like that. So very, very good. Another example image is this one, which Richard and I have shown a few times. But the reason this one is hilarious is because these are my 2 dogs. Now, unfortunately, this one's fast asleep behind me somewhere. Oh, he's gone now. Oh, yeah. If you look carefully, he's down there as asleep, bless him. And that's a guy called Nemo. I'm going to say it quietly in case he wakes up and then starts barking. But he's a terrier. And this one here is Chloe. Unfortunately, she passed away a month ago. She was a very good dog. She got to 13 years old. So she did pretty well, but she's not with us anymore. But if I now click on detect labels, it says animals. Yes, correct. There are animals in there. Canine. Yes, correct. They're canines. That's what they are. Dog. Yes, they're dogs. And it says, oh, that's a dog there. Yeah, correct. That is indeed a dog. Mammal. Yes, a dog is a mammal. Safeways. Actually, 18. No, it was in the United States, and it was HEB, I think, or something like that. Yeah, Texas thing. Pet. Yes, my dogs are pets. Yes, they're puppies. Yes. Person. No, there's no person in there. I don't know where it thinks the person is. But what's the weirdest one is this. Cat. The AI has detected a cat. There's no cat in the image. Where's the cat? Oh. So it thinks my poor terrier dog, and he really is a dog, and in fact, not only is a dog, but you can see him very faintly on this image. Yeah, it probably won't show up, but that is him in a little bonnet. You can't see it very well because I've anti-aliased it out, but he's definitely a terrier dog, and it looks at him and goes, "Yeah, that's a cat." So AI, again, it's making its best guess, and it's 86% certain that Nemo is a cat. Now, the weird thing is, he's the most cat-like dog I've ever had. It's the paw. Well, I don't know about that. I think it's more like he just generally his face looks a bit cat-like because he's got these big whiskers and stuff like that. He's a cross between a Border Terrier and a Shih Tzu, so he's got very long hair. But yeah, you can't trust it to get it right. It also says there's a ball. There is no ball in here, so I don't know where it thinks the ball is. Sport, no. Tennis, no. There's no tennis rackets in here. Not that I'm aware of. Flooring, yeah, there's flooring here. Cocker Spaniel, no. Golden Retriever, yes. She is a type of Golden Retriever. Eskimo dog, collie, kitten. So, it's good, but it's not good. And again, you'll get back all of the confidences on your labels. And again, very simple app. Now, the last example I want to show is this one. And Sunil is an MVP. And he's a good guy. And actually, Sunil, I met him in Denmark. He flew all the way from India, where he lives. He's an MVP in India, and we did some archery together because we were hosted by Jens, who is an Olympic gold medalist actually in archery. And I showed this demo in Denmark because I thought it was funny. So let's detect the labels because I thought these are good. Now, I think it's going to give a different score this time. But accessories, yes, he's got some accessories. Yes, he's wearing formal wear. That is correct. Yes, he's actually got a tie, and it's 99.6% certain he's got a tie on. Okay. A blazer. Yes, I would describe that as a blazer. That is a kind of jacket. Clothing. Yes, he's definitely got clothing on. He's got a coat and all the rest of it. Face. Yes. But the one that really makes me laugh is this one, which is male. It's only 99% certain that Sunil is male. Now, when I did this in Denmark, it was 86% certain. So it's improved. I don't know whether it's learned that Sunil is definitely male, but it was just so funny that, and he was outside at the time I showed the image where it's like 86% certain that Sunil is male, but very, very funny. But again, this is all AI and it will improve as it goes along. So it's getting better at recognizing whether he's a male or not. But Sunil's a good laugh. I know he won't be offended, but that's it. Now, if you want to see how that works, this is an open example. This is available on the web. You can download it from Apicep's GitHub, and it's a beautiful piece of code. I really love Richard Halliwell's coding, but it's not difficult to do it. In terms of detecting the labels, he's got, I think, he uses actions. So he opens the image, and then when you click on the detect labels button, which is up here, that actually triggers an action because he's a good coder and he does it using actions. And this is all it does. It creates the recognition client, which is an Amazon service. And then it says, detect the labels in this image. And that's it. That is the entire amount of code that you need to use AI image recognition. Now, what's interesting is he has some demos that show some of the other features of Amazon's recognition service, because it can do things like content moderation. So you could put in your app, let's say you're allowing users to upload their profile picture, and you're a public site or a public app, and you transmit those profile images or whatever, if it's a chat app or some app, you allow them to pick their profile picture for themselves, which is very common metaphor. the danger is, of course, that they upload something offensive. And if you're Facebook, of course, that could be someone who's naked or at least partially naked, or it could be genitalia or something like that, or it could be sexually explicit, or it could just be offensive. For example, many people consider the swastika offensive. Other symbols of hate or violence or something like that, like a gun, you might say, I won't allow any weapons to be shown. I've got knives and swords behind me and things like that. But I live in Texas, but they're all, I collect those kind of things. But some sites will not allow you to include any form of weaponry. The UK would consider a knife or a sword to be a weapon. Texas doesn't. But if I was sitting here with a shotgun or something, then they would probably consider that an offensive weapon. I'm allowed to have it, but they wouldn't want it on a picture. And so the same service that does this image recognition, which you can call with a little bit of code, will detect whether something has got obscene or undesirable content in it. And it's literally a couple of lines of code. So that's it. Now, where can you get this from? Well, let me pull up the correct site, because otherwise he will hate me. And that is apposite.com up there. And as I said before, you can get it from Get It. And I thoroughly recommend it. This is the dollar price for the standard edition and pro edition. But even if you don't want to spend money on it, if you go into, and you need the right version of RAD Studio, this won't be true of Community, but if you want to, and you've got something like, I think it's Pro and Enterprise, I'm not sure, but go into Get It, type in AWS, and the SDK for Apposite is there. So you too can add this to your systems today. It does much more than this. It does almost like S3, Amazon S3. It does the image recognition. It does the translation that I showed you earlier on with the web stencils app. Absolutely everything. Amazon AWS services. Great piece of code. So a lot of people say, "Oh, nice sample, Ian." Yeah, thank you. I was going for nice. Oh, I'm blurry. Come on, AI. There you go. I actually have an AI focus on my camera. So sometimes it wants to focus on the background instead of here. I got a new chair, this one, because I broke my other one live on air. Nearly killed myself, and it keeps wanting to focus on the dog hairs. It keeps wanting to focus on the back of the chair, so I'm going to have to do something about that so it doesn't do that. So the idea is to get me as bright as possible, then it won't want to focus on the background and show you all the stuff that's going on. So that's it. So it was a quick demo. Web stencils, AI, literally be able to recreate most of the functionality of Google Translate. I'm not knocking Google at all. I'm sure Google Translate has been out for a very long time. It is a fantastic public service. I mean, I really mean that. I'm not just sucking up to them. It has helped me millions of times to translate emails from people I didn't understand, or with Google Translate, I can speak 70 languages, including Klingon, because they have an option to translate Klingon as well. But it's a fantastic service. I'm sure they worked extremely hard creating that. The people that did that originally were geniuses. All I did was emulate it for the purposes of demonstrating how to write that kind of functionality in this day and age. Google Translate has been out a long time. So Keith keeps asking me this, so I'm going to hey, Dinos Dev, how you doing, my friend? Yes. Hi. One of our MVPs. It's very, very good, Dinos. So I'm not quite sure what you mean, dev cycle with Ultra Edit. I don't use Ultra Edit for entering Delphi code because I've got the Delphi IDE. The IDE, I have mine set up in very specific ways. When I'm demoing to you, I don't know why I'm clicking on things because you can't see it, so I've stopped sharing my screen. But in fact, let me share my screen again so I can talk about it for a second. So, you know, I have my right now. I have my ID set up for demo mode. So, I have it set up so it's appearing on my screen to my left. It looks right to you, but it's my left. And I don't normally code like that. When I'm writing my own code, I'm not having it on this screen. I do have it docked like this. I prefer all my windows down here whilst I'm debugging. So when I go into debug mode, lots of the things like watches and stuff like that appear here. But if I'm going to do something like do some heavy duty kind of README file editing or something like that, or HTML, then I will use Ultra Edit just because it's got some very cool things. For example, here's Web Stencil's partial file. You can edit this in the IDE in Rad Studio, but generally I would do it in here. I normally have the Explorer option open on Ultra Edit, and because of a slight issue I have with my eyesight, I always use dark mode on everything. Therefore, it would greatly benefit from having an AI agent integrated into the IDE. So, SkyPix, I'm going to make you look a bit silly now. First of all, the name is Barker, not Parker. And secondly, it's got 4 agents integrated into the IDE for certain functionality. You can also add another 10 or 11 or more using Get It, and I did actually say that on my opening thing as well. But so it's Barker with a B, and they're already AI built into it. We are obviously exploring how far we can take that integration, because some people are completely against the idea. In fact, we're having a panel discussion later on this week where 2 of the people are very cautious about AI and got some very specific reasons why they would not want it integrated completely into the IDE. But yes, there are definitely there's a case to be made for greater integration into the IDE, but not everybody's for it. But anyway, to go back to Ultra Edit, I use that for this kind of thing. It's very good. I don't think I have any open at the moment, but it's very good at markdown files, for example. And if I was to find a markdown file somewhere, I know I've got one somewhere, like this one, and I say open in Ultra Edit, there's a markdown file. Now, that's showing it in the normal way, okay? But if I say Control Shift P and say mark down in here, and then say here's the markdown preview. So this kind of stuff is really something that Ultra Edit's very good at. It's got lots of bells and whistles to do with being able to explore things. It also got AI integration with Pieces, which is a nice little AI kind of operating system, which is local as well. Sorry, Mr. Lan. Very good, SkyPix. Not a problem. And yeah, I mean, things like this is very good at, but opening large files is amazing. When I'm doing SQL stuff and I've got a big SQL dump file and it's gigabytes long, Ultra Edit opens it like that in seconds. It's really good. But these kind of things with the live preview and all those, I love it. It's great. Big fan of it. It does all sorts of things as well. That you don't necessarily know about, but you can say, oh, actually, I know you've detected it HTML, but it's one of these other things. It does Unix shell scripts with syntax highlighting. It does Perl and all sorts of random stuff. And you can embed compilers in it and all those things as well. But generally speaking, I live day to day in the IDE, and when I'm writing code, I use Rad Studio all the time. And for small amounts of HTML, I use the IDE, but with respect, it's better dealt with other tools. And Ultra Edit is one of them, but I'll use anything that works. I do use Notepad++ from time to time as well. as you've seen, for text files. It's actually pretty good. I use it as a brain dump. So I will make notes in Notepad++, and then if my machine shuts down, when it opens up again, it shows it there. Alex says, thanks, it was very interesting, especially visual object detection and labeling with probabilities. Yes, that is one of the real strengths, I think, of the AppAcept stuff, is that object in makes it very easy, and you're really just leveraging Amazon stuff. But appacept.com, it's there. And you'll probably see it again later this week because he's got quite a few AI demos. He did one in the Delphi Summit. He spent oodles of time, and I really must show it at some point, training an AI to recognize playing cards. And he had custom written playing cards, and in fact, just behind my head there, he's got his own custom playing cards that he'd created, and I was on stage at the same time as him. so I didn't ever see that demo, unfortunately, but it was supposed to be a very, very good demo as well. And this kind of AI stuff, this is the thing that I think. Where's my mouse gone? Hello, mouse, where you go? Oh, I don't see my mouse anywhere. Is it working? Oh no, here it is. It's over here. Lost my mouse for a second. Yeah, this kind of thing for the AI is where I think we'll be at really for now. But it's so easy. 5 or 6 lines of code, and you're doing something that I'm sure when Google created Google Translate, I'm sure they spent years or months or hours, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of hours getting that thing ready, because their stuff is it's the primo stuff. I'm just showing you how to emulate that kind of behavior from an educational point of view. But it's easy, and all you do AWS dot and then recognition, or AWS dot translate, and that's it. You've got all the power of the Amazon AI in there. So good stuff. Okay, so I think that's it for day one. Tomorrow we have a lot of stuff going on. Christoph Schneider tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. He is going to show you Gemini AI, and lots of code. Is an app called FB4D, which I thoroughly recommend. Christoph is a very smart guy, and he's all about the AI. He was doing the AI long before a lot of other people. And then after that, we've got Dion Mai, different models for different solutions. And David Cornelius, the real truth about AI, what worked, what didn't work, etc., etc. He's going to give you the from the horse's mouth. As I said, we don't have a $6.8 billion budget to justify. So if you don't use AI, nobody will lose their shirt. I mean, we'd like you to use the AI we put in the app, but if you in the IDE, but if you choose not to, that's fine. And then after that, implementing your own edge AI with Delphi. That's Boyan Mitov, should I say? He's taught me how to pronounce his name now. Boyan is a certified genius. And if you miss all the other sections tomorrow, which shame on you if you do, you should watch Boyan's presentation, because Boyan Mitov is a very, very smart guy. You recognize him from his accent. He's got kind of Eastern European accent, but he lives in Florida, I think. And then finishing it off with Bruno Firenz from TMS Software, making apps recognizable and controllable by AI in a couple of clicks. This demo tomorrow from Bruno is mind-blowing. I saw it on a video preview. He sent me a preview of it. And I mean, you've got to be on this webinar because it's amazing. It's really, you will be able to get your apps to be agents for things like Claude and other apps. Controlling, you'll be able to ask questions in your AI app, and your own applications will be able to be the ones that respond to the AI. It's a bit like having Alexa for your app, except it's an AI. I'm losing my voice, so it's just, well, we're nearly done. So full day tomorrow, good 5 hours, I think, or something like that. and more on there soon. But anyway, if you missed any of these sessions today, they're all repeated live. You'll see them on our YouTube channel. We'll also post up blog posts as well. And if you've subscribed, which you really should do, if you haven't already, then you should go to the Codecamp here. Go onto this page and click on subscribe, and then you get an email from us telling you when the next sessions are, what the next sessions are, and then once it's done, we'll send you the links to the replays as well, so that you won't miss it, because it's important. Malcolm says thank you, Ian. See you tomorrow. Thanks very much. And Fabio Muller says super Ian, congrats. And Skypix says thank you. Yes, no worries, Skypix. Good from you. Milan says 5 hours. Nice work, Parker. Face blue eyes. Yes, thank you. Alex says thank you, especially visual objects detection. I think I mentioned that already. Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I mean, I enjoy doing these, and if they're helpful, then great. We won't all be showing code, but tomorrow's going to be, I think, a little bit more code heavy. Today was kind of foundation layer for what's possible. So there you go. Okay. All right. Well, with that, I'm going to call it a day, and I'll see you again tomorrow at the same time, 10 a.m. US Central. I think it's 4 p.m. UTC, but check just in case. But US Central is my time zone. I live in Texas. I actually live in Frisco, Texas, just down from the Dallas Cowboys training stadium. And 10 a.m. my time, and we'll be back again. But subscribe, go to that site and link on it, and you'll be good. See you soon. Bye.